The hero party has successfully sealed the demon lord away. While this marks a monumental triumph, the danger isn't entirely over unless they manage to defeat him completely. The world will remain under threat of annihilation. The group is weighed down by guilt for failing to finish their mission, but their leader reassures them that all hope is not lost. He firmly believes that one day in the future, a new hero will rise to continue their legacy and finally put an end to the demon lord for good. Several years later, the rank party Thunderpike is in the middle of a public dungeon raid. While the two fighters attack, the magic users begin casting their spells, and thanks to the buffs from the party's supporter, Yuka, they are able to take a Hydra down in record time. Individually, the members of Thunderpike are already really strong, but when they work together, they are nearly unbeatable, which is part of the reason why they have so many fans. However, although they might appear to be the perfect team on the surface, it turns out they don't get along as well as you might think. In fact, once the stream wraps up, the red mage, Yuka, informs the team that he's leaving Thunderpike effective immediately. The party leader, Simon, questions why he's choosing to quit, and Yuka explains that he isn't receiving a fair share of their reward money. The amount he got today is so small that he might have to consider taking out payday loans, a situation he's determined to avoid. Simon tries to justify Yuka's low pay by claiming that Yuka isn't contributing enough to the party, and Barry chimes in to point out that Yuka never actually engages in any battles. All he ever does is burn through their items' durability with his pointless enchantments. Yuka can't believe Barry would call his enchantments useless. But Barry isn't the only one who feels that way. The only one who actually thinks Yuka is useful is Jamie, but that's just because he's good at setting up their streams. Camilla tells Yuka that if he wants to earn more, he needs to contribute more actively as a team member. However, Yuka disagrees, arguing that she doesn't have the right to say that since she's a healer, and he's constantly protecting her during battles. He believes the lack of appreciation for his efforts is exactly why he's decided to leave the party. But Simon questions whether Yuka is truly confident he can manage on his own after leaving. Simon reminds him that the only reason Yuka even holds a B rank is because they are childhood friends, and Simon did him a favor by allowing him to join Thunderpike. He also points out that even if Yuka leaves, the team will get along just fine without him, since they clearly don't think Yuka deserves to be paid well. Yuka definitely isn't going to stick around. Yuka has wasted the last 5 years of his life supporting this party, and they would never have gotten this far without his help. But the others still all think he's useless, so they won't miss him at all. Now that Yuka has officially left Thunderpike, he makes his way to the guild receptionist to inquire about any available work. She's surprised to see a well-known adventurer like him looking for a job and asks if something happened with Thunderpike. Yuka explains that he's quit the team. The receptionist doesn't seem particularly shocked, as situations like this are fairly common, and hands Yuka a form to fill out so she can assign him to a new party. Once he's done filling out the form, he hands it to the receptionist. But just then, a girl comes running up to him for a big hug. The girl's name is Marina, and she used to be one of Yuka's students back when he taught preliminary adventure classes half a year ago. Yuka is glad she's doing alright. She's curious about why Yuka is here, so she asks him, and he tells her that he's currently looking for a new party since he recently left Thunderpike. Marina doesn't even let Yuka finish his sentence because if he's searching for a new party, she would absolutely love to have her beloved teacher join hers. Yuka agrees to her offer, and a few minutes later, he's seated with Marina and the rest of her party to discuss the possibility of him joining. Silk is thrilled about the idea of Yuka becoming part of their group, but she's surprised that such an experienced adventurer would want to join a D rank party like theirs. Yuka is currently B rank, so he could probably get into a much better party, but he doesn't mind being in a D rank party, and to be honest, he actually prefers it this way. Back when he was in Thunderpike, they would always take on high-level missions, so Yuka would have to buy a ton of magic items to prepare, which left him in constant debt. That's why he wants to take it easy for a while and just deal with some low-level quests instead. With Marina, Silk, and Rain all agreeing to the idea, Yuka officially becomes a member of their party. Their first mission together is to gather magic iron ore from the Paintal Mine dungeon. It's been a long time since Yuka has felt this kind of excitement about a mission, and it brings back many nostalgic memories from his early days as an adventurer. Yuka recalls that this dungeon has a lot of magic ore on the 6th floor, and Silk tells him he is correct, but they were hoping to avoid fighting defeating the 5th floor boss, so Yuka suggests they should start on the 4th floor instead. As they enter the dungeon, Marina takes the lead and uses a stick to check for any traps that may have been set. Yuka is so proud because she's doing it exactly how he taught her. For now, Yuka asks Marina to let him take the lead, explaining that he has a more efficient way to handle the situation. Marina is confused, as their party doesn't have a scout or thief to detect traps. While that's true, Yuka reveals that he has a magic item that can help in this scenario. It's a detection lamp, which, thanks to a special type of oil, illuminates traps, allowing them to spot them just as effectively as a scout would. The lamp really is useful, but Silk asks if it's okay for Yuka to be using it since special oil sounds really expensive, and yes, it normally is. But Yuka made this oil with his alchemy, so it didn't cost him much. The party continues walking down the corridor while carefully avoiding all the traps until eventually Yuka stops everyone because he can sense something ahead. He warns the others, advising them to get ready for a fight. Together, they charge in and come face to face with a group of boggles. Silk decides to take the initiative and fires the first shot to take one of the boggles down, while Marina runs in to hammer the rest. As she does this, Yuka casts overlapping physical enchantments on her so she can fight better, and at the same time, he casts a debuff on the boggles to trip them up. While the boggles are disoriented, Marina goes in for her attack, and in one fluid motion, she's able to cut both of them in half, something even she is surprised by. She turns around to ask Yuka if that feeling she just experienced was his magic. Yuka confirms that he had cast 3 types of enchantments on Marina to help with her fight. Rain is amazed that Yuka managed to cast 3 enchantments simultaneously, and without even using an incantation. However, Yuka doesn't think it's anything special and simply tells them they should keep moving. As they make their way deeper into the mine, he asks the girls about their usual routine for dungeon exploration. Marina, beaming with pride, explains that they always take a break after each floor and inspect their equipment, just as he had taught them. Hearing this, Yuka suggests they rest for a while before continuing. After their break, Marina and the others check all their equipment for damage, and everything seems to be in working order. So, they are ready to continue their mission and head down to the next floor. On the 2nd floor of the dungeon, the group is suddenly ambushed by a group of undead miners, and the only way to get rid of them is for Rain to use holy magic. Everyone needs to protect her while she uses her chant. Marina and Silk plan to handle the defense, but Yuka tells them he has this covered. He casts a blessing of light on all of them, and while it won't kill the undead miners, it does stop them from coming closer, so it's a good defensive measure. Eventually, Rain completes the holy light spell, using it to eradicate the undead. Once they're safe, Marina begins praising Rain for a job well done. Yuka also commends her, pointing out that very few people can wield light magic on the scale she just demonstrated. However, casting such a powerful spell likely consumed a significant amount of her mana, so Yuka casts Refresh Mana to help her recover. Rain is astonished that Yuka can use Refresh Mana, a rare skill that fully restores the mana of whoever it's cast on. She notes that possessing such a skill alone would make Yuka incredibly valuable to any party, but Yuka downplays her reaction, explaining that he only learned Refresh Mana to make up for having an obscure job like a red mage, though mastering it had been exceptionally difficult for him. Afterward, the group continues walking down the path, and as they go, Yuka begins pouring a liquid on the ground. Silk asks him what he's doing, so Yuka explains that he is pouring holy water over their footprints to stop undead monsters from following them. Silk is worried and asks if it's really okay for him to waste his holy water like that since it's really expensive, but Yuka tells her it's fine since, once again, he made this himself. The group is in shock that Yuka is able to make holy water even though he isn't a priest, but he has a special method for it, by purifying the ashes left behind by the undead when they are defeated. Yuka is able to process it into holy water, and the ashes he got from the undead miners will be more than enough to make up for the amount of holy water he's using. By the time they reach the 3rd floor, Yuka suggests taking another break since they'll be starting the mining process from this point onward. Noticing that it's been a while since they last ate, he pulls out some cooking utensils from his magic bag and announces that he'll prepare a meal for them. While magic bags aren't aren't particularly rare. This is Rain's first time seeing one in person, and she's visibly excited. Yuka places some sausage and eggs in a pan, and as they cook, he retrieves a special pot from the bag. The girls watch as he taps on the side of the pot, and it instantly fills up. Yuka explains that the pot is a rare artifact that he found in a royal palace ruin. It basically fills up with a random soup every time you use it, so it's really handy to have. The girls are really grateful to Yuka since this is the first time they've gotten to have such a good meal while in the middle of a dungeon mission. But when Silk takes a closer look at the food, she realizes that it has mana radiating out of it. She asks Yuka about it, but he tells her there's nothing special about the food since all he did was prepare it with lots of love. His alchemy skills might have accidentally enchanted the food. However, it shouldn't be a problem. The group finally reaches the 4th floor of the dungeon, where they are confronted by a rock lizard. As the monster charges toward them, Yuka casts a slow spell, causing it to nearly freeze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Marina charges forward to attack a move she wouldn't normally attempt. However, with Yuka's enchantments enhancing her strength and stamina, she decides to use her magic blade ability. With a single, decisive strike, she slices off the rock lizard's head. Once the fight is over, Marina is totally exhausted since magic blade uses up a ton of her mana, but Yuka encourages her to keep using it as much as possible because eventually her body will get used to it. But for now, he casts refresh mana to help her recover. Anyway, there were a lot of magic ores here, so Yuka begins mining with the girls. After a little while, they manage to gather a ton of magic ores. Yuka asks if they've collected enough to meet the requirements of their quest, but Silk replies that they still need a bit more. Unfortunately, there aren't any more magic ores left on this floor, leaving them with only one option: defeat the 5th floor boss and descend to the 6th floor to gather the remaining ores. The girls are uneasy about this plan, as the 5th floor boss is the steel crab and they're unsure if they can survive against such a formidable foe. However, Yuka reassures them not to worry, promising to handle the boss himself to the best of his ability. A little while later, they arrive at the boss's room, but before they head in, Yuka pulls out a camera artifact. Rain recognizes the artifact and asks if Yuka plans to live stream his battle, but he was actually just going to record it instead. He always records his battles so he can study his mistakes later. If he's going to be recording anyway, Marina asks him to make it a live stream since she thinks it will be a lot of fun. Yuka agrees to live stream his fight, but as he's setting it up, he realizes he doesn't know the name of their party. He asks the others, and Silk admits they haven't actually come up with a party name yet. In fact, they aren't even officially registered. Hearing this, Yuka asks if they have any ideas for a team name. Marina thinks for a moment before suggesting the name Clover, specifically a 4-leaf clover to symbolize their 4 members. Everyone loves the idea, and from that moment on, they decide to be known as Clover. Just then, Yuka realizes that this is going to be her party's first live stream, and he'd feel bad if he was the only one in the spotlight. So, he asks the others if they want to help him fight the boss, but they all tell him that it's fine for him to handle it solo. In that case, Yuka isn't going to hold back. He casts Great Blink Shadow and Protector Shield buffs on himself and then enters the boss room. The steel crab awakens and immediately lunges at Yuka, but he uses his speed buffs to swiftly dodge the attack. Once he's safely out of its range, he begins bombarding the crab with a series of debuff spells. After sufficiently weakening it, Yuka casts a gravity spell, slamming the steel crab against the floor and crushing it. With that, the boss is defeated, and it didn't even take him a full minute. Yuka feels quite satisfied with his performance. He then ends the stream, and Marina runs up to hug him for being so amazing, but she's hugging him a little too hard. The others ask her to let go before Yuka ends up in a wheelchair. After making sure his back is fine, Yuka tells everyone that they should bring the steel crab's body back to the guild so they can sell the parts. He stores the entire thing in his magic bag, which is a huge help since they never would have been able to carry it back by themselves. So far, Yuka has proven to be an invaluable asset to their party, but Silk feels it's unfair for them to rely on him so heavily. In response, Yuka suggests that during their next boss battle, everyone should participate to gain some experience. The girls like the idea, but for now, they still need to open the treasure chest they earned for defeating the floor boss. When they open the chest, they discover a large stash of magic ores, meaning they won't have to do any more mining after all. Dungeon streams are incredibly popular worldwide, serving as an excellent platform for publicity. publicity. Major companies frequently offer sponsorship deals to well-known streamers, and right now, Yuka's fame is soaring to new heights. The video showcasing his triumph over the steel crab, using only status effect spells, has gone viral, drawing massive attention. As Yuka and his companions make their way back home in the carriage, he takes a moment to ask them about their impressions of their first mission together. The girls are thrilled. They absolutely loved the experience. They picked up all sorts of amazing skills and insights from Yuka, making this their most rewarding mission yet. In fact, they've been seriously considering naming Yuka as the official leader of their party. With his extensive experience and the unwavering trust they've placed in him as their mentor, it feels like a natural decision for the group. Yuka feels reluctant to take on the role, as he never intended to lead Marina's party. However, since everyone insists that they want him to step up, he ultimately agrees, mainly to ensure their safety in future battles. While Yuka's group is busy celebrating their first victory, things are going downhill fast for Thunderpike. Simon, trying to fill the gap left by Yuka's departure, hired a new recruit. Unfortunately, it seems Simon still hasn't grasped just how much Yuka contributed to the team. The new guy led the group straight into wolf territory, assuming everything would somehow work out. Normally, Yuka would have already cast a weakening spell on the wolves to level the playing field, but the replacement lacks that ability, leaving the wolves far too powerful for the party to handle. Jami ends up getting bitten. Simon sees Jami in danger and immediately rushes to her rescue, managing to decapitate the wolf. While Jami is technically out of immediate harm, her stomach is riddled with wounds, and without treatment, she won't survive for long. Desperate, Simon turns to Camilla and asks her to cast a healing spell, but she explains that she's completely out of mana, leaving her unable to help. After all, it's not like they had a guide capable of casting a mana restoration spell. The group retreats to a safer spot, and Simon does his best to administer first aid, trying to keep Jami alive while waiting for Camilla's mana to replenish. Hoping for another solution, he asks if anyone has a healing potion. Cork, the new recruit, happens to have one, but he hesitates to hand it over. Simon had made it abundantly clear that everyone was responsible for purchasing their own gear, so Cork doesn't feel particularly inclined to share his supplies. Simon tells him that now is not the time to be worrying about money when one of his teammates is about to die, so Cork reluctantly hands over the healing potion, and Simon feeds it to Jami. Thunderpike has really been on a downward spiral lately, but on the flip side, everything has been working out for Yuka. He and the girls are sitting at the bar to celebrate, and while the reward for their quest wasn't that high, the steel crab's body was in good condition, so the guild paid a good price for it. Speaking of money, Yuka asks Marina and the others what system they've been using to split up the party's earnings. They explain to Yuka that Silk is the one who manages all the party's money, with each member receiving a set allowance. Yuka is a bit surprised, as it's uncommon for an entire group to entrust their finances to a single person, but the group has a clear reason for this arrangement. They've all been diligently saving to eventually buy a house together, as constantly renting rooms at the inn feels awkward in the long term. Understanding their goal, Yuka assures them that he's fine with continuing the allowance system. Silk, a little taken aback, asks if he's really okay with her managing all the finances, thinking that an adventurer like him might prefer handling his own money. However, Yuka reassures her that he trusts her completely, so there's no need to change a system that's already working for them. While Yuka and the others are having fun and getting along, Simon and the rest of Thunderpike are upset because that was the worst outcome they've had in years. Thankfully, they were able to save Jami's life, but things could have gone really badly, and Simon blames it all on Cork. The rest of the party joins in and starts calling Cork useless for not being able to get them out of that mess. But Cork isn't going to let them put the blame on him, since everyone knows that dire wolves track their prey through scent, so it's common sense to buy a beast repellent in preparation for the mission. The situation was clearly the party's fault for not being properly prepared, but Simon tries to shift the blame onto Cork. He argues that if Cork knew about the beast repellent, he should have told them, and even goes as far as to claim that Jami almost dying is entirely Cork's fault for not buying beast repellent for everyone. The level of gaslighting is intense, but fortunately, it doesn't fool Cork. Realizing he wants nothing to do with a group where no one takes responsibility for their own mistakes, he decides to quit the party on the spot. Yuka overhears this, and he can't believe Thunderpike still hasn't learned from their mistakes, but but that doesn't concern him anymore. He turns back to the girls, and Marina tells everyone what they should do for tomorrow. Silk remembers something Yuka once told her about it being important to take a day off after every mission, so she suggests that they do that. Everyone agrees, and since Yuka is going to have the day off, he decides to get a little shopping done. He needs to stock up on potions and scrolls, and he still needs to turn those undead ashes he got into holy water so he can replenish his stock. He's going to be busy for a while, so he suggests that they all meet back up here after their break is over. At that moment, Marina notices that the day's dungeon stream highlights are being broadcast, and Yuka's fight against the steel crab has taken the #1 spot. Yuka is stunned, as he only uploaded the footage a few hours ago, but it's already garnered over 6,000 viewers, with the numbers still climbing. Viewers are fascinated by how someone with a lesser-known job like a red mage was able to defeat a steel crab without even laying a finger on it. The announcers urge everyone to watch out for Yuka and his party, Clover, hinting that they could potentially rise to become the world's greatest adventuring team. Simon and the other members of Thunderpike see Yuka's stream as well, and they are all incredibly jealous that Yuka is actually doing well without them. But they still refuse to admit that Yuka might have been more useful to them than they gave him credit for. Thunderpike is always going to be a bunch of haters, but it looks like there is actually someone else hating on Yuka from a distance, and he seems mad that Yuka is getting comfortable with his new party. A few days later, Yuka finds himself back at the guild, scanning the notice board for quests that might suit the girls. Noticing his indecision, the receptionist approaches and asks if she can assist him. Yuka explains that he's looking for quests that are simple enough for a group of beginners but still offer a decent payout. The receptionist chuckles and tells him he's being a bit too optimistic. Such a perfect quest doesn't really exist. Still, considering his situation, she recommends a C-rank quest involving the collection of magic stones from the Orden Lakeside Forest. Yuka thinks this just might work, but he's a little curious as to why the quest is C-rank when fetching magic stones is usually only D rank. The receptionist explains that there has been a large magical beast sighted near the forest, so this quest is slightly more dangerous than normal. Just then, Marina enters the guild, and as soon as she hears the word quest, she immediately yells that their party will accept it. Yuka asks her to at least let him finish explaining before she agrees to do the quest, but Marina says she doesn't need to know the details since if Yuka thinks they can handle it, then she is sure they'll be able to get it done. It shouldn't be too hard anyway since she and the others have done a quest in that forest before. However, she doesn't understand why this quest would be C rank when all the other quests are D rank. Yuka then speaks up, explaining that the quest is classified as C rank because a magical beast has recently been spotted in the forest. Hearing this makes the girls hesitate, questioning whether they should take on the quest after all. However, they ultimately decide to go for it, reasoning that as long as Yuka is with them, everything will turn out fine. With that settled, Yuka instructs them to prepare their items and meet him an hour later at the stagecoach so they can head to the forest. Just as they're wrapping up, the receptionist returns with the quest receipt, and something about the timing feels a little too convenient. Yuka questions whether the receptionist orchestrated this outcome, and she doesn't deny having a hand in it. She points out that the stream Yuka made yesterday earned over 10,000 views, and now everyone is eager to see what he'll do next. Embarrassed, Yuka admits he hadn't expected his stream to gain so much attention. He sees no harm in continuing to stream his fights since it'll bring attention to the girls, and if they happen to find that magical beast, having it on video would be great for the guild's records. While Yuka was talking about all this, the man from before is getting more and more infuriated. As Yuka leaves the guild, the man follows him. Yuka immediately realizes that he's being followed since the guy is doing a terrible job at it, so he ducks into an alleyway to get away. He was hoping to lose his stalker, but for a fat guy, he's pretty quick and catches up to Yuka. Yuka asks him if he has any business with him, so the man demands that Yuka quit Clover immediately. Yuka obviously says that's not going to happen, especially since he's the leader of the party. The man can't believe the girls made Yuka their leader after just one day together, especially when he'd begged to join their party countless times, only to be rejected. Yuka quickly pieces together the situation. This guy clearly wanted to form a harem of cute adventurer girls, but Marina and the others refused to let him join. Now, seeing someone else living his dream has made him lose his cool. Frustrated, the man draws his sword, threatening to attack attack unless Yuka agrees to leave the girl's party. Staying calm, Yuka quietly casts a snare trap at the man's feet and begins walking away. True to form, the man attempts to strike Yuka as he leaves, but the trap activates, causing him to slip and fall flat on the ground. Once Yuka boards the carriage, he casually tells the girls about his strange encounter. They recognize the guy as Besio and tell Yuka that the guy has been trying to join their party for so long. They ask if Yuka is alright since they would hate it if something bad were to happen to him because of them. But Yuka assures them it's not their fault. Besides, he left that guy unconscious in the middle of the street, so they can just report him when they get back to town. In the meantime, before they get to their destination, Yuka wants to go over their mission objective one last time. They are going to fetch 3 magic stones from the Orden Forest, and since the others say they've been here before, he asks them what it was like when they got here. According to Marina, they had been here 2 months ago, but now that she thinks about it, she didn't run into any monsters at all. After hearing this, Yuka concludes that the magical beast must have already been in the forest 2 months ago. He decides that if they encounter it, he'll live stream the fight. This way, the guild will gain valuable information about the creature, and if they can't defeat it, they'll have an easy way to call for backup. Once they arrive at the forest, Yuka starts the stream, and the group begins making their way through the dense terrain. Yuka chooses to take up the position of rear guard, reasoning that beasts often attack from behind. Concerned, Marina asks if it's really safe for him to stay at the rear, given that it's the most dangerous spot. Yuka reassures her, explaining that he has blink step to escape if things get dire, and that his clothes are equipped with excellent defense stats, allowing him to take a few hits before going down. They soon reach the waterfall where they are meant to gather the magic stone, but just before they can get there, Yuka tells everyone to wait because he can sense something coming. The magic beast finally reveals itself, but all the confidence Yuka had earlier goes out the window because that thing is a high-level monster that's usually only found in the deepest parts of the dungeon. It's Zarnag. The girls are nowhere near strong enough to handle this thing or even survive a minute against it, so Yuka gets in front of them and tells Silk to lead the others back to the Adventurers Guild and get backup while he holds this thing off here. However, the girls know that Yuka doesn't stand a chance against that thing either if he is fighting solo, so they refuse to leave his side. Otherwise, he might really die. Yuka can't argue with their determination, so he agrees to let them fight alongside him and quickly casts enchantment spells on the group. He and Marina take the front line, with Marina charging in first. However, the Zarnag effortlessly swats her aside like she's nothing. Yuka attempts to use his layered status effects on the beast. While it manages to disorient the Zarnag slightly, it doesn't deal much damage, leaving him with few viable options. With no other choice, Yuka decides to bet everything on one powerful move. However, he needs time to cast the spell, so he asks Marina to keep the monster distracted. Marina agrees and gets up close to the Zarnag, doing her best to hold its attention while dodging its attacks. When she's about to be caught, Silk and Rain step in with their magic to assist, ensuring she stays in the fight long enough for Yuka to finish his spell. Thanks to their teamwork, Yuka has enough time to complete the level 5 spell, a devastating prismatic missile. With the spell fully charged, he launches it directly at the beast's face. When the prismatic missile strikes, it initially seems like it didn't have much effect. However, moments later, the monster starts coughing up blood, revealing it has been severely wounded. Rain follows up by casting a grade 5 Thunderbolt spell, electrocuting the creature. While it's paralyzed, Yuka commands Marina to decapitate it. Marina charges forward, activating her magic sword, while Yuka enhances her with a critical attack spell. Thanks to this, Marina manages to sever the monster's head from its body with a single powerful swing. Now that it's all finally over, Yuka drops to his knees in relief, overwhelmed that they managed to take down the monster without losing anyone. Meanwhile, back in town, the spectators watching the stream are just as astonished, particularly by the spell Yuka used, since no one has ever witnessed anything like it before. Of course, Simon is watching the stream, and he doesn't look that happy. Back in the forest, Yuka feels slightly lightheaded from all the mana he expended during the fight, but overall, he's still in decent shape. He's relieved that everything turned out fine, though he knows that battle was was far too intense for a group of beginners like them. The only reason they survived was sheer luck. He warns the girls that he plans to scold them later for their reckless actions, but the girls argue that Yuka was just as reckless, charging into battle alone and fully prepared to sacrifice himself, and they find that kind of behavior completely unacceptable. Yuka admits that he was indeed ready to sacrifice himself, so he suggests a compromise, saying they can all air their grievances later. For now, they should clean up, as they're all drenched in sweat, and Marina is still covered in Zarnag blood. While the girls bathe in the river, Yuka begins setting up camp, and the whole situation brings back fond memories from 6 months ago. Back then, Yuka was responsible for training Marina's team, and he was genuinely impressed by how quickly the girls were adapting to the life of adventurers. However, there were still a few areas that needed improvement. Marina had a tendency to be a bit clumsy, Silk was overly cautious, and Rain was extremely timid. Even so, based on how well they were progressing, Yuka would have gladly handed them their D-rank adventure licenses right then if it had been his decision. Later that night, the girls had set up their tent, gathered firewood, and placed alarms to alert them in case of a monster attack. As Yuka watched them back then, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, confident that they were destined to become exceptional adventurers. However, he never would have guessed that just a few days later, he would end up joining their party. The party returns to the guild, where they've been summoned to meet with the guild master, making the girls a bit anxious. They ask Yuka if this means they're in trouble, but he suspects the meeting is likely about the Zarnag they defeated. A mission of that caliber should have been classified as B rank, yet it was oddly marked as D rank, so it's clear that some investigation is in order. At that moment, the guild master of Benwood enters the room, and the girls, overwhelmed by his intimidating presence, immediately snap to attention. He approaches Yuka and demands an explanation, but Yuka knows he hasn't done anything wrong. He calmly tells Benwood that all the necessary details were already included in the report he submitted to the guild. Benwood isn't content with the objective report and insists on a detailed explanation. However, before continuing, Yuka tells him to drop the tough guy act because it's intimidating the girls. Marina tries to intervene, urging Yuka not to speak so casually to the guild master, given how powerful he is. But as it turns out, the guild master holds a great deal of respect for Yuka, so there's no need for any formalities between them. Benwood tells everyone to take a seat. While he already knows what happened in the forest, he's more interested in hearing Yuka's thoughts on the situation. Yuka explains that he suspects it might be the result of an overflow, which caused a monster far stronger than usual to appear. Benwood agrees with Yuka's assessment and promptly instructs his secretary to issue an emergency investigation quest to uncover the cause. Both Yuka and Benwood clearly understand the gravity of overflows, but Marina is clueless about what that means, so she asks Yuka for an explanation. Yuka explains that an overflow is a phenomenon triggered by a catalyst that causes monsters from a dungeon to spill out into the outside world. Normally, the monsters are bound to the dungeon by the mana flowing through the ground, but occasionally those restraints can break, allowing the monsters to escape and wreak havoc on the surrounding area. This could also be a warning sign of a potential dungeon stampede in the near future. The girls are familiar with dungeon stampedes and the devastation they bring, tearing through towns like a wildfire. If monsters as powerful as that Zarnag are already showing up, it means time is running short. Benwood is determined to conduct a thorough investigation to safeguard the people, but before proceeding, he offers a heartfelt apology to the girls for exposing them to such danger. The girls assure Benwood that there's no need to apologize, as they all made it out alive, though they admit that without Yuka, they wouldn't have stood a chance. That being said, even though Yuka carried much of the burden, their live stream demonstrated that the girls are skilled fighters in their own right. As a reward for their impressive performance against the Zarnag, Benwood decides to promote all of them to C rank. The promotion, however, comes with the condition that the girls have Yuka's assistance, given that he is a rank. Confused, Yuka points out that he's only B rank, but that's when Benwood informs him that he's being promoted as well. Everyone who watched the live stream witnessed the high-level prismatic missile spell he used against the Zarnag, making it clear that Yuka is deserving of the upgrade. Starting today, he is officially an A rank adventurer. Afterwards, Yuka and the girls head downstairs upstairs to have a drink and congratulate each other on their promotions. While they are all together, Yuka pulls out the bag of coins he got as the reward for their quest and gives it to Silk to count out. Silk opens the bag and she is shocked because she has never seen so many gold coins in one place before. Yuka explains that although the quest was initially classified as D rank due to its level of difficulty, it was ultimately treated as a B rank quest. As a result, the payout is significantly higher than it would have been under the original ranking. Silk dumps all the coins onto the table to start counting, but she quickly notices a piece of paper at the bottom of the bag with Yuka's name on it. She hands it over, and Yuka opens it to find a note from Benwood apologizing for everything Yuka had to endure. Along with the note, there's a platinum coin included as a small bonus for Yuka. Since platinum coins are incredibly valuable, Yuka decides to add it to the party's funds. Once Silk finishes counting everything, she announces that they now have enough money to buy a house. Maria is so excited to hear that she jumps up and accidentally knocks the coins over. Silk is glad they reached their financial goal as well, but she feels a little bad about it since the only reason they got this much money was because of Yuka. While that may be true, Yuka tells Silk she doesn't have to think of it that way. They made him the leader of Clover, and it is natural for a leader to do whatever it takes to help out the group. As such, even if he played a major role in earning this money, it still belongs to all of them. The group continues celebrating late into the night, and at one point, Rain turns to Yuka and asks if he has a dream he wants to achieve. The question catches Yuka off guard, so he asks if there's a particular reason she's asking. Rain explains that, thanks to Yuka, they've just accomplished their goal of buying a house, so now she wants to know what his dream is so they can help him achieve it. Since she asked, Yuka shares that his dream is to conquer the deepest floors of the Achromatic Darkness dungeon. As soon as the girls hear this, they spit up their drinks in surprise because the dungeon is quite literally the most dangerous one out there. It even possesses an abyss gate, an artifact known to be a direct gateway to the underworld. Yuka says the abyss gate is precisely why he wants to conquer the Achromatic Darkness. Rain asks him if he intends to go through the abyss gate if he reaches it, but Yuka explains that he just wants to see what the edge of the world looks like. Yuka explains that his uncle once attempted to tackle the Achromatic Darkness dungeon and tried to reach the gate. Although he didn't succeed, Yuka told the story so often as a kid that he eventually decided he wanted to try it himself, even if he knows it's unlikely to ever happen. Marina loves the idea of Yuka's dream and suggests that they all venture into the Achromatic Darkness together to help him achieve it. Yuka, however, points out that it's not that simple. The dungeon is so dangerous that entering it requires government approval, and only an A-rank party can qualify for such permission. Even so, Rain thinks it's a great idea and suggests making it their party's next big goal. The others agree wholeheartedly, promising to work hard to help Yuka achieve his dream, though they know it won't be happening anytime soon. Meanwhile, Clover's streams have been steadily growing in popularity with each passing day. Currently, they're streaming a battle against an undead hand, and thanks to their impeccable teamwork, they managed to take it down using a lightning spell from Rain and a rock scroll from Yuka. That concludes the stream, so they wave to their fans, and everyone at the guild absolutely loves them all except the members of Thunderpike, who hate how popular Yuka has become. Barry thinks Yuka only looks impressive because he is in a team of newbies, but Simon actually heard that Yuka recently got promoted to a rank, so he might just be that good. Besides, Yuka's popularity isn't their biggest concern right now. Thunderpike has been struggling with repeated failures on their quests lately, and Simon believes the issue lies with all the new recruits they've been hiring, who, in his words, always turn out to be incompetent fools. None of them ever last more than a day, but that couldn't possibly be because there's something wrong with their team. On the topic of their team, Simon asks why Jami isn't there. Camilla responds by explaining that Jami wasn't in the mood for a drink. Simon is furious, pointing out that ever since the mission where Jami was mauled by a wolf, she's been constantly dragging the team down. Meanwhile, Jami has locked herself in her room, watching videos of Yuka's live stream on repeat for hours. The other members of Thunderpike are beginning to realize that Yuka might have been far more valuable to the team than they initially thought. Since Yuka left because of his low pay, they figure they could offer him a slightly slightly higher cut to bring him back, and with Jami barely contributing these days, they could just reduce her share instead. A few hours later, Yuka and the others return to the guild to report the success of their mission. But as they arrive at the front door, they find Simon waiting there for Yuka. Seeing Simon again makes Yuka a little angry, so he tells the girls to head inside without him, and then he asks Simon what he wants. Simon gets to the point and says he is allowing Yuka the honor of rejoining Thunderpike. Yuka can't believe the nonsense that just came out of Simon's mouth, but Simon tries to manipulate him by pointing out that Yuka's dream of reaching the Abyss Gate is only achievable if he's part of a rank party like Thunderpike. On top of that, Simon mentions that ever since Yuka left, the team has been struggling to complete quests. Simon claims it's Yuka's responsibility to return and fix the situation. Yuka hears everything Simon has to say, but it's a shame he simply doesn't care. While they may have been childhood friends, that means nothing to Yuka after all the disrespect Simon has shown him. Deciding he wants nothing more to do with Simon, Yuka turns and walks inside, leaving Simon to deal with the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, Bessio had been watching the entire interaction and appears to have a sinister idea brewing in his mind. Back inside, Yuka meets up with the girls, who immediately ask about the guy outside. Yuka explains that it was Simon, the leader of his old party. Upon hearing this, Marina becomes concerned that Yuka might rejoin Thunderpike, but Yuka reassures her, as he said earlier, that nothing on Earth could ever convince him to return to that disaster of a party. Putting that aside, they still need to report their mission success to the guild, so the group heads to the reception desk. Once that's taken care of, they plan to grab some drinks to celebrate. The following day, Yuka gathers everyone for a meeting to inform the girls about a quest they have received. Marina, already eager and prepared to set out, is quickly told by Yuka to sit down and at least hear the details of the quest first. He explains that their party has been personally requested by Earthies. The girls are taken aback, as Earthies is the most renowned workshop in the country. In fact, Silk's bow was crafted there, making it a great honor to be specifically chosen by them. Still, the girls can't help but wonder why Earthies would specifically choose Clover out of all parties. Yuka clarifies that Earthies is introducing a new line of equipment for women, designed to be both fashionable and protective. Essentially, they want Marina, Silk, and Rain to clear a dungeon while wearing the new outfits as a way to promote the brand. Marina is in disbelief that they are actually going to be poster girls for a company as prestigious as Earthies, while Silk and Rain are already adjusting their hair in preparation. It's an incredible deal. They get paid to conquer a dungeon, and even get to keep the armor afterward. With that, they tell Yuka they're accepting the offer, and the group soon departs for the Aeon Ruins dungeon. When the day of the quest finally arrives, Yuka meets up with the girls inside the dungeon, where they have already changed into their new Earthies gear. He compliments them, saying they all look adorable, and adds that, beyond just appearance, the equipment is highly functional, making it a perfect fit for them. However, for some reason, Rain appears to be annoyed with him, though he has no idea why. As the group steps into the dungeon, Yuka explains that it is quite old and consists of only 4 floors. However, at the very bottom, there is an entrance leading to a separate dungeon, which is the one they need to clear to reach the main entrance of this second dungeon. Yuka informs them that they will have to take the stairs, but these stairs are extremely long. Hearing this, Marina suggests that instead of wasting time, they could just rappel down the middle with a rope to speed things up. Yuka acknowledges that, under normal circumstances, Marina would be right, and many have attempted that approach before. However, he explains that this dungeon has a distortion field that prevents anyone from straying off the designated paths. He warns them to be cautious and avoid getting caught in the field. Meanwhile, he can't help but notice that Rain still seems upset, prompting him to ask if he did something wrong. Rain remains silent, but the others know exactly why she's annoyed. They nudge Yuka, urging him to take a closer look at Rain's outfit. Yuka looks at Rain, trying to see if there's something he missed, and that's when he notices that she changed her ribbon bow color to blue instead of red today. Rain was upset that he hadn't complimented her on it, so Yuka tells her it looks good on her, and she feels a lot better. The group then makes their way down to the second floor, where Yuka, using his lantern, spots a trap up ahead. He quickly instructs the girls to step back while he handles it. Taking out a long stick, he carefully taps the trap, triggering a barrage of spears to shoot out from the ground, walls, and ceiling. It would have been a terrible way to meet their end, but now that the trap has been sprung, the path should be safe for them to proceed. Now, they have to carefully squeeze through the spears, so as they navigate the narrow gaps, Yuka checks in to see if anyone is struggling. Fortunately, thanks to the snug fit of their new armor, the girls manage to pass through without any issues. As they move further down the corridor, Yuka suddenly senses something ahead and promptly warns the girls to prepare for battle. The group suddenly finds themselves face to face with a pack of orcs, and the moment Silk lays eyes on them, generations of deep-seated hatred resurface in her mind. Yuka understands that orcs are the natural enemies of elves, but he urges Silk to stay calm so she doesn't act recklessly. His strategy is to strike first with powerful magic, followed by Marina engaging them with her sword, while Silk provides support from the rear. With everyone clear on the plan, Yuka casts his enchantment spells, while Rain begins preparing a fireball. Once her spell is ready, she launches it at the orcs, engulfing them in flames. Seizing the moment, Yuka follows up with a rock blast. As the orcs scramble to dodge the flying debris, Silk lands a precise shot to one of their necks, while another is crushed, leaving only two remaining. Marina rushes in just as the last two orcs charge forward, but Yuka quickly casts a paralyze and slow spell, hindering their movements. With this opening, Marina slices one clean in half, while Silk lands a precise shot to the other's neck. Marina then delivers the finishing blow by splitting the orc's head in two. With the battle finally over, Yuka approaches the fallen orcs to collect the magic stones, then turns to Silk, asking if she has calmed down now. Silk apologizes for her outburst, but she can't help but be filled with rage whenever she sees an orc. Yuka understands that she can't control her reaction to orcs since it's just a part of being an elf. Just then, Marina comes up to Yuka and tells him she just found something weird on one of the orcs' bodies. She hands it over, and after examining it, Yuka recognizes it as a memorandum of revelation scroll, an artifact capable of uncovering hidden abilities in those who use it. It's unusual for a low-ranked orc to possess something like this, but in its current damaged state, its value is significantly reduced. However, rather than selling it off, which would be a waste, Yuka decides that he will repair it and have one of the girls use it instead. Silk asks what would happen if one of them were to use the scroll, prompting Yuka to explain that it would unlock a hidden talent. For instance, it could grant a second job or possibly a new skill. Hearing this, Rain and Silk agree that once the revelation scroll is repaired, Marina should be the one to use it, since she currently only has one job. Marina is a little hesitant to accept since sword mages are rare, and she's not sure she has the potential to become one. Still, Yuka thinks it's worth a try anyway, since even if she doesn't get a second job, she might end up uncovering some sort of hidden ability. At that moment, a chest appears as their reward for defeating the orcs. After opening it, they continue onward until they reach the break room between floors. Inside the chest, they find a magic bag, which immediately sends Rain over the moon with excitement, especially since everyone agrees she should have it. Magic bags are particularly useful for those in support roles, making her the ideal choice. Yuka, however, notes that if they happen to find another one in the future, it would be best for Silk to have it, as it would allow her to carry more arrows. Once their break is over, everyone gets up. But before moving forward, Yuka decides to assess the team's losses and gains. He considers using one of his scrolls, but decides against it since his mana levels are still in good shape, and Marina feels completely fine. Silk used 5 arrows during the battle with the orcs, but she still has 20 remaining. As for Rain, she's ready to keep going. With everyone still in good condition, they proceed down to the 3rd floor. Yuka reminds everyone to stay on high alert, as even though this floor doesn't have a designated floor boss, they still need to be prepared for any potential attacks. He explains that there was once a door leading to the main dungeon, the abandoned city, but about 10 years ago, it mysteriously disappeared, allowing anyone to enter freely. In the past, the entrance was heavily guarded by multiple shadow stalkers. From what Yuka knows, these creatures resemble solid black mannequins with gleaming eyes. However, they haven't been sighted in years, so there's no way they'd encounter one here, or so he believes. However, there's a black mannequin with shiny eyes just staring at them menacingly from the 3rd floor. Marina asks if they should be concerned about that. That thing is definitely a shadow stalker, and Yuka thinks it's unbelievable that they are actually seeing one here, so he makes sure the recorder gets a good view of it. The shadow stalker may look creepy, but they don't have to worry for now since it's on the 3rd floor. There's no way it can cross the distortion field. However, the shadow stalker suddenly leaps down, effortlessly piercing through the distortion field as if it weren't even there. It seems they might be in serious trouble after all. Yuka immediately orders everyone to prepare for battle and pulls out a scroll of multi-enchant, enhancing the girls as much as possible. But despite all the buffs, the shadow stalker's first strike takes Marina down in a single hit. Rain quickly rushes to Marina's side to heal her, while Silk provides cover. Yet Yuka is still in shock. He can't believe the shadow stalker shattered his multi-enchant barrier so easily. The shadow stalker readies another attack, prompting Yuka to rush forward and cast a protection barrier on himself. However, the shadow effortlessly shatters it, leading Yuka to realize that its attacks must be specifically designed to break through barriers. Adjusting his strategy, he casts Blink Shadow on himself, allowing him to evade attacks entirely and get close enough to strike the shadow by surprise. But just as he's about to land a hit, the shadow suddenly turns and counters with a dark magic curse, leaving Yuka completely immobilized. It seems there might truly be no way to defeat it. The shadow then casts another curse, but Rain manages to block it with a holy shield, while Silk counterattacks with her dryad vines. While the shadow is busy, Rain tries to heal Yuka like she did with Marina, but to her horror, she discovers that Yuka isn't breathing. At the same time, the shadow slashes Silk across the back, and Marina manages to chase it off, but it's moving way too quickly for her to hit it. Seeing no other option, Rain decides to unleash a wide area spell to take the shadow down. She casts Ice Gravel, targeting the enemy, but before the attack can land, the shadow vanishes and reappears behind them, slashing both Marina and Rain across the back. Now, all the girls are seriously wounded, yet the shadow isn't finished. It proceeds to conjure dozens of eclipse cannons, launching them directly at the group. This could have been their end, but at the last moment, Yuka returns, casting a light shield over them just in time to block the attack. He covers the floor in 1,000 trip spells so the shadow can't get away, and then he begins spamming every possible debuff effect he can cast to weaken it, while also casting buffs on the girls to heal them. Now that the girls are back in fighting shape, Silk wraps the shadow in her vines, granting Rain enough time to cast her undead spell to erase the shadow. With the battle finally over, Marina, overwhelmed with relief that Yuka is still alive, throws her arms around him in a tight hug. However, Yuka quickly points out that her embrace is so strong, it's bringing him dangerously close to dying all over again. Once Marina releases him, Yuka sincerely thanks her, acknowledging that if she hadn't spotted the shadow stalker when she did, they would have been caught off guard, and that would have meant certain death for the entire group. He then turns to Rain and asks for her thoughts on the shadow. Rain explains that while it was undead, its mana was completely erratic, making it feel as though its very existence was unnatural. Moreover, it shouldn't have been able to bypass the distortion field, which strongly suggests that it was the result of a dungeon overflow. She then asks Yuka what he thinks they should do next. Since they've already reached the bottom floor, he proposes that they should at least complete their quest before making their way back up. In that case, Marina asks if they should inform everyone of the shadow stalker with a stream, but Yuka would rather not since they are wearing Earthies' unreleased equipment line, so he doesn't want to show it to the public without permission from the client. Yuka suggests they finish the quest quickly so they can get out of here. They continue forward, making their way down the corridor until they reach the door leading to the abandoned city. According to legend, people once inhabited this place long ago. However, their quest only requires them to reach the gate, not venture inside. So, after touching it to fulfill the mission's requirements, they turn around and begin their journey back to the surface. After making it back, Yuka submits his report to the guild. Once he's finished, he steps outside to meet up with the girls, who have been waiting for him. Silk immediately asks how it went, and Yuka explains that he submitted the footage they recorded and informed the guild about the shadow stalker. Since the guild will likely want to interview them about it later. He suggests that they take the next 2 days off and stay in the town of Qualto to rest. Marina loves the idea and excitedly asks Yuka if he'd like to go on a date with all of them. Silk, unfamiliar with the city, was hoping Yuka could show her around, while Rain is eager to explore and see all the artifacts the town has to offer. Seeing no reason to turn them down, Yuka agrees to spend the day with them. Thunderpike keeps embarking on adventures in an effort to maintain their standing as a rank party. However, Barry has been grumbling a lot about their rations, as he was used to having good food whenever Yuka was around. Simon points out that there's no point in complaining about it now, so he suggests they keep moving forward. He then checks with everyone to make sure they still have enough mana and potions. Barry responds that he didn't bother buying any potions after all. Why waste money on healing potions when he can just have Camilla heal him instead? However, Camilla doesn't have unlimited mana. Simon tells them to cut the argument short and asks Jami to get their stream running so they can move forward. While she's working on it, Barry suddenly starts calling her weak and useless for no reason, and the others join in. Lately, they've been caught in an uncontrollable downward spiral, and with Yuka no longer around to take the blame for their problems, they've started taking it out on Jami instead. Unfortunately, there's nothing she can do about it. Although this mission ended in yet another failure, when they return to the guild, the receptionist warns them that if they continue failing like this, they risk being demoted. She tells Simon that his party might have a better chance if they take on slightly easier quests so they can actually succeed for once. Personally, she suggests they aim for C-rank quests next time. Simon is furious that she would say something like that to an A-rank adventurer, but she points out that he hasn't been delivering A-rank results, so he won't be getting any special treatment. Once again, Simon tries to shift the blame for his failures onto others, claiming it's the guild's fault for not introducing them to someone like Yuka, someone he could manipulate into doing all the heavy lifting for the team. However, the receptionist couldn't care less about his excuses and dismisses him without giving him anything else to do. Thunderpike sits at a table, brooding, while Jami chooses a separate one since she no longer gets along with the rest of the group. Barry is still fuming over the receptionist's warning about their possible demotion, but Simon manages to calm him down, admitting that she had a point. They haven't been performing as well as they once did, so maybe taking on A-rank missions is a bit too much for them at the moment with just the 4 of them. However, if Simon thinks their lack of a 5th member is a problem, then Camilla tells him to hurry up and find a new member for their party since that's his job as the leader. Simon knows Camilla is right, but even if he finds someone else, there's no way he would get someone as good as Yuka was. So Barry asks him if they can just bring Yuka back to Thunderpike. However, Simon had already tried that, and Yuka refused. So if he wants to bring Yuka back, he'll need to find a way to convince him to overlook the years of gaslighting he was subjected to. That's why Simon suggests they take on a mission in the Achromatic Darkness dungeon, since conquering it had always been Yuka's dream, driven by his desire to find an abyss gate. Simon believes they can lure Yuka back into their party by pretending to be interested in clearing the dungeon. Since only A-rank parties are permitted inside, there's no way Yuka could attempt it with the newbie girls in his group. Barry thinks it's a brilliant idea and quickly agrees with Simon's plan, while Jami just sits there, wondering how she ended up stuck with a bunch of losers like them. Meanwhile, Yuka and the girls are heading out in town, and while walking to their destination, Yuka tells them that he heard the Aeon Ruins dungeon was temporarily closed for an investigation. Although it shouldn't be surprising since a shadow stalker did show up for the first time in 10 years. As they continue walking down the street, they eventually come across the man they were supposed to meet, who then takes them to inspect a house they're considering buying. Mr. Monday gives them a tour, and the place looks quite nice, but Yuka isn't convinced it's the right choice for them. He points out that single-story houses are easy targets for burglaries, and with so many windows, it would be difficult to prevent people from looking inside something that's a major privacy concern, especially since the girls will be living there. In that case, Mr. Monday offers to show them a different property and leads the group to a second house. This one was newly remodeled into a family home and has private bedrooms on the second floor, along with an underground storage space and roof access. Marina thinks this place is great, and Yuka likes it too, but he still hasn't made a decision on it yet, so he asks Mr. Monday if he could put a hold on this house for a little while. Mr. Monday tells them he'll keep the house on the market in case Yuka changes his mind. But for now, he has one last property to show them. Yuka and the others follow him to the next house. But as they walk, Yuka starts feeling a bit uneasy. Rune picks up on this and asks if something is wrong. He assures her it's nothing major, but admits that Thunderpike's base is nearby, and he's a little concerned he might run into them while he's in the area. As soon as the girls hear this, they tell Mr. Monday they don't want to see the last house. They don't want to risk living in the same neighborhood as Thunderpike, so it could be a 5-story mansion. For all they care, they don't want it. Marina suggests they just buy the last house they saw since that one was pretty good, and Yuka agrees. That same day, they get everyone's belongings moved into the new house. Yuka offers to help the girls settle in and asks if they've decided which rooms they want. However, they were actually waiting for him to pick his room first. Confused, Yuka asks if they're implying that they want him to live with them, and that's exactly what they mean after all. This is supposed to be their party's base, and they wouldn't have been able to afford the house without Yuka's help. So, of course, they want him to stay with them. Yuka hesitates at the idea of living under the same roof as the girls, but Marina points out that when they camp during their adventures, he has no problem sleeping right next to them, so this really shouldn't be any different. It's hard to argue with that logic. So Yuka agrees to move in, but not without setting a few ground rules. He reminds them that he's still a man, so they need to actually use their door locks when changing or doing anything private. He just wants to avoid getting caught in any embarrassing situations, and as long as everyone respects each other's privacy, there shouldn't be any problems. With that settled, they take their seats at the lunch table, sharing a meal and raising a toast to their future as Clover. However, Yuka notices that Rune seems somewhat distracted, so he glances over at the TV. To his surprise, a news report is covering a party currently exploring the Achromatic Darkness dungeon. The announcer explains that Thunderpike was granted permission by the guild to conduct an investigation inside the dungeon, and that they've apparently joined forces with another party, all with the goal of reaching the Abyss Gate. Hearing that Thunderpike is chasing after his dream feels like a huge slap in the face to Yuka, and the girls assume he must be really upset. However, he insists that he's fine. After all, it's not a competition, and when he eventually takes on the Achromatic dungeon, he wants to do it with Clover. He couldn't care less if Thunderpike gets there first. He just wants to forget about them and focus on finishing their meal. But before he can do that, he receives a message from the guild informing him that he's being summoned. He and Rune go to see what this is about, and they are informed that a party has specifically requested Yuka's help on an upcoming mission of theirs. Yuka is curious about the request at first, but then he sees that it is from Thunderpike, so he immediately rejects it and goes on with his day. However, just a few minutes later, Simon is notified that Yuka has declined the request. Frustrated, he goes out of his way to track Yuka down and demand an explanation. Expecting something like this to happen, Yuka calmly turns to face him. Without hesitation, Simon demands to know why Yuka refused their request. Yuka tells him there's no particular reason behind his decision, he just has no interest in working with Thunderpike under any circumstances, even if it involves his dream. He's actually a bit surprised that Simon even remembers his goal of finding an Abyss Gate, but regardless, he has no intention of getting involved. With that, he simply wishes Simon the best of luck on his mission. Simon tries to guilt Yuka into reconsidering by saying he already started making preparations around Yuka's participation, but that sounds like a Simon problem, so why should he care? In the first place, it was incredibly rude to send a spot request to someone who is already in an active party, and as long as it is a request, Yuka has every right to refuse for whatever reason he chooses. Simon grows furious and accuses Yuka of being in the wrong for abandoning Thunderpike, but Yuka has finally had enough. He snaps back, shouting that Simon is the real one at fault here. Back when he was part of Thunderpike, everything from pre-quest preparations to research and even intel gathering was dumped entirely on his shoulders, and not once did Simon ever show any appreciation for all the effort he put in. All Simon ever did was use him, so, as far as Yuka is concerned, their friendship is over. Simon is stunned and asks Yuka what he's supposed to do now, since if Thunderpike fails another quest, they'll be demoted again. That's not Yuka's problem to deal with, so he takes Rune's hand and walks away. 2 weeks later, Yuka meets with the guild master, who has some unfortunate news to share. It turns out that a dungeon overflow is indeed happening, as several other incidents have occurred across the country in addition to what Yuka's party experienced in Aeon. Given the situation, the Royal Academy couldn't ignore the possibility of a dungeon stampede, which is likely why they approved Thunderpike's request to investigate the achromatic darkness. With that said, Benwood wants to nominate Yuka and the rest of Clover for an investigation quest in the achromatic darkness. Yuka immediately tells Benwood he can't accept the quest because there's no way a C-rank party like Clover can do a job like this. Besides, even if Thunderpike isn't reliable, there are other A-rank parties included in the achromatic dungeon investigation. However, the guild master informs him that the other parties have grown tired of Thunderpike's deception and have withdrawn from the mission. In fact, it seems that Thunderpike never even intended to go through with the mission in the first place, as they haven't submitted a formal application for it. The guild master then takes out a logbook and presents it to Yuka, but Yuka immediately recognizes what it is: the only recorded conquest log from the last expedition into the achromatic dungeon, and within it lies undeniable proof of the Abyss Gate's existence. That's exactly why Benwood wants Yuka to do the investigation, because he is passionate about the Abyss Gate, and if it's him, any reports he makes can be completely trusted. He isn't asking Yuka to conquer the entire dungeon. He just wants him to take a look inside. But to do that, Yuka would have to fight his way through the dungeon, and he thinks that would be too risky. The guild master understands Yuka's concerns, which is why he's offering him something for the quest: a scroll of exit. With this, Yuka can instantly leave the dungeon whenever he wants. Hoping to ease his doubts, Benwood asks him to reconsider. Just then, the receptionist walks in and hands Yuka the official request form for the mission. According to the document, he will be joining a party called King of Wellmelia, and for the duration of the mission, his party will be granted provisional A-rank status. This is starting to sound like a really big deal, so Yuka says he needs to talk to his party members about it before making a decision. After getting home, Yuka tells the girls about the request and tells them that he's actually thinking of turning it down. The girls are shocked that he would turn down such a major opportunity, and while Yuka acknowledges that taking part would be a huge boost for their party, he doesn't believe they're ready yet. There are still too many gaps in their experience and preparations. However, while their lack of experience isn't something they can fix overnight, Silk reminds Yuka that they can still take care of all the necessary preparations before the mission starts. Rain asks Yuka if he's afraid of something, and until now, he hadn't really thought about it, but he realizes that he is. He's terrified of losing the girls if they take on such a dangerous mission, and that's the last thing he ever wants to happen. The girls feel the same way about him, but they reassure Yuka that they'll do everything in their power to return safely. He just needs to trust that they can take care of themselves. Yuka comes to the realization that he was being excessively cautious and expresses his apologies to the girls for doubting them. They all come to an agreement to tackle the achromatic dungeon together. Later that day, the group returns to the guild to inform Benwood that they have decided to accept the quest. However, after discussing it among themselves, they conclude that having an additional member might be beneficial, so they ask if he can recommend a skilled scout to join them. The receptionist had anticipated this request, so she already had someone in mind. This is Nen, the daughter of one of the receptionist's friends. However, after taking a joke too far, she ended up being banished from her homeland. The receptionist took her in and helped her turn her life around. Nen introduces herself as a former Fursai thief, but now she holds the rank of C-rank ninja. She assures the group that she will be a valuable asset to the team and asks to be recruited as their scout. With the team prepared, Benwood and Mammer take the lead, guiding them down into the basement of the guild, where the entrance to the achromatic dungeon remains concealed. Silk is taken aback, having never imagined that the dungeon's entrance would be directly beneath the guild. The receptionist then clarifies that the Adventurers Guild was deliberately constructed over the achromatic dungeon as a safeguard to keep its entrance sealed. Putting that aside, before Yuka and the others step inside, there's something Benwood needs to inform them about. The The other rank party originally assigned to this investigation ended up withdrawing at the last moment, meaning that Thunderpike is currently the only party inside. Aware of how Yuka feels about Thunderpike, the guildmaster figured he should give him a heads up, as there's a chance he might cross paths with them. And on the topic of Thunderpike, the guild is actively looking into them for fraud, as there are accusations that Simon has been misusing the funds allocated for the mission. Regardless, Benwood simply asks Yuka to keep things civil if he happens to encounter Thunderpike, since they can't afford to have adventurers clashing with each other inside the dungeon. With that, the dungeon gate swings open, and the group prepares to start their investigation. However, just before they step inside, Benwood reminds them that their task is simply to observe, meaning there's no need for them to go out of their way to fight monsters or clear the dungeon. Yuka and the others acknowledge the instructions, then begin their live stream and greet all their viewers. Yuka welcomes everyone and announces that today, Clover will be entering the achromatic dungeon for the very first time, with every moment being streamed live. Since Nen is the scout, Yuka hands her a lantern and a compass artifact to guide the way, making her job significantly easier. Nen then informs the group that there are no monsters in sight and that the wind compass is pointing in this direction. With that, she puts on an invisibility cloak and dashes ahead to scout the area. While Nen is away, Silk takes the opportunity to ask Yuka how he feels about finally venturing into the achromatic dungeon. However, to his surprise, he admits that he's not as excited as he expected to be. That said, the mission has only just begun, and Marina is confident that things will get more exciting as they go. Silk, on the other hand, is thrilled to be here. She originally became an adventurer purely for the money, but after hearing Yuka speak about his dream, she became captivated by the idea of adventuring for something greater than just wealth. After a short while, Nen returns and reports that she has confirmed the path they need to take, though she finds this place incredibly strange. The route she mentioned leads to a door floating in the middle of a forest. With that, Yuka and the others step through it and venture deeper into the dungeon. As they continue walking, Yuka brings up that he heard Thunderpike entered the dungeon 2 weeks ago and is currently on the 8th floor, meaning the chances of running into them for now are pretty low. He then reminds the girls that their mission is simply to determine if there's anything unusual about the dungeon, not to clear it. With that in mind, he suggests they avoid any battles whenever possible. Before long, they find their path obstructed by a bizarre chimera, with no way to bypass it. It seems that, despite their intentions, a battle is unavoidable. Since Yuka has never encountered a creature like this before, he isn't willing to take any risks and immediately begins devising an attack strategy. He instructs Rain to prepare a compact fire spell and asks Silk to aim her arrows at the monster's head. As for Marina, he wants her to use this while she usually fights with a sword. Yuka prefers to take the monster down as quickly as possible, making the crossbow the better choice, though a bit disappointed since she was eager to use her sword after acquiring her new samurai job. Marina admits that a crossbow is pretty great too. With everyone clear on the plan, Yuka goes all in, immediately casting his prismatic missile spell. Just as the monster begins its charge, he fires, followed by Marina's crossbow shot, which pierces straight through its chest. Seizing the opportunity, Rain launches her flame spell directly into the hole, causing the creature to burn from the inside. Silk then delivers the finishing blow with a few well-placed arrows to its head. Nen is impressed by how swiftly they managed to take it down, and with the monster defeated, the team can now proceed to the safe room. After reaching the safe room, Yuka suggests they take a break and ends the stream. He then asks everyone to report their losses, but aside from the arrows used in the battle against the chimera, everyone remains fully equipped, relieved that the team is still in good shape. Yuka turns his attention to the next matter at hand, the treasure chest. They're definitely going to open it, but Yuka hesitates, wondering whether they should stream it or not. Silk notes that if the chest contains valuable loot, some people might not take it well that a C-rank party like theirs managed to claim it. She raises a valid point, so Yuka decides they should open it off camera and gives Nen the signal to pick the lock. She follows Yuka's instructions and begins picking the lock, quickly noticing that a trap has been set within it. However, that's not a problem. Her skills are more than enough to bypass it. After some careful work, Nen successfully opens the chest, and the group is astonished to find it filled with dazzling gems. Yuka then instructs Silk to hold onto the jewels and gold for now. As she stores them in her magic bag, Yuka peers inside the chest to check if there are any artifacts hidden among the treasure. He's not sure why some jewels were left behind in the chest, but among them, Yuka spots a ring artifact that looks quite promising, along with a strange black cube. However, when he tries to appraise it, he gets no information, which leaves him puzzled. The reason, as it turns out, is that the artifact doesn't have any attributes yet. Finding it intriguing, Yuka decides to report its discovery to Benwood before attempting to use it himself. As for the ring, Yuka figures it would be perfect for Rain, since it's an artifact that helps keep its wearer calm, and it's already doing its job. She only panicked a little when Yuka got down on one knee and slipped the ring onto her finger. They keep moving through the dungeon, and before long, Nen manages to locate the staircase leading to the second floor. Yuka praises her for doing an excellent job as their scout, but Nen insists that it's all thanks to the wind compass artifact he lent her. It helps her track the staircase by following the air currents inside the dungeon. Yuka is a little surprised. He had assumed most adventurers used similar artifacts to navigate, but since he owns so many, it just feels normal to him. After reaching the second floor safe room, Yuka asks everyone to share any strange things they've noticed so far. Silk points out that the scenery seems to have changed in some areas, and then there was that bizarre fish-headed creature. However, the most puzzling thing of all was finding a treasure chest in the first floor safe room. That didn't make sense to Yuka, as treasure chests are typically only found on the deeper floors, and the value of the loot inside is usually tied to the floor's level of danger. So, discovering all those gems along with two valuable artifacts just doesn't add up. All of this is more than enough reason to be suspicious, and to be on the safe side, they probably shouldn't risk venturing too deep just yet. With that in mind, Yuka suggests they head back for the day. The mission has been a resounding success. They managed to gather plenty of information, discovered some intriguing artifacts, and, most importantly, didn't suffer any losses. Unfortunately, Yuka's good mood is quickly spoiled when he ends up running into Thunderpike. Yeah, he was really hoping he'd never have to see their faces again, and, unsurprisingly, they haven't changed at all. Barry and Camilla immediately start berating him for being ungrateful, while Jami lingers in the back, clearly trying to stay out of her teammates' nonsense. Simon then steps forward and tells Yuka that since Clover is down here, he's feeling generous and is willing to form an alliance with them. Of course, that means Yuka needs to hand over all the data and valuable loot they collected during their expedition. Yuka can't believe the sheer audacity of Simon to assume he'd ever agree to that, but Barry, with a smug grin, chimes in, saying that since Yuka's party is only C rank, it's natural for them to team up with an A rank party. In fact, Yuka should feel grateful that they're even making such an offer. The live stream is still running, meaning all of Yuka's viewers are witnessing his argument with Simon in real time, and they can already tell things are about to get interesting. Simon keeps running his mouth, spewing nonsense, and even goes as far as demanding that Yuka give him full credit for any information he uncovered. Yuka is already fed up with Simon's nonsense, but before he can even respond, Silk beats him to it. She calls Simon shameless for trying to take advantage of others, but instead of addressing her words, Simon, Barry, and Camilla reveal their prejudice against dark elves. They sneer at her, calling her a filthy follower of the dark god, and claiming that a savage like her has no right to speak in their presence. That was the final straw for Yuka. They can insult him all they want, but the moment they disrespect a member of his precious family, someone isn't walking away from this. Simon attempts to minimize both his own and the other's blatant racism, but Yuka is completely serious about his threat. He declares that he would rather die than ever work with him again, not wanting to spend another moment near Simon. He informs everyone in Clover that they are leaving and turns to walk away, leaving the three scumbags seething with rage. Jami is visibly uncomfortable, and keep in mind, all of this was captured on Yuka's livestream, meaning a large audience just witnessed Thunderpike's openly racist behavior, and it's only a matter of time before they face cancellation. 2 days later, Thunderpike is called into a meeting with the guild master, Benwood, and he tells them that several complaints have been lodged against them in the past few days. One is from their sponsors, claiming that Thunderpike is misusing the funds that were allocated to them for the mission. 2 civil rights complaints from the Council of Elves and Welmelia for being openly racist towards Silk, and 1 from the guild's headquarters. Benwood asks Simon if he has anything to say for himself, but unfortunately, Simon lacks even the slightest bit of common sense. Instead, he insists that he did nothing wrong. In fact, he believes that Clover was at fault for allowing their filthy, savage elf to speak to him that way. However, before he can even finish that sentence, Simon takes a well-deserved punch to the face. The guild master is livid at Simon's complete lack of remorse, but Simon can't grasp why Benwood is making such a fuss over a single savage elf. To shut him up, Benwood hurls a dagger dangerously close to Simon's face, and since Simon is clearly too dense to understand the situation on his own, Benwood spells it out for him, and a rank party officially recognized by the Kingdom of Welmelia was just caught openly displaying racism toward a dark elf, tarnishing the dignity of the kingdom. Simon believes the guild master is blowing things out of proportion over what he sees as just a minor dispute between adventurers, but Benwood grabs him by the neck and makes it clear this little argument could end up jeopardizing the kingdom's relationship with the elves. So here's how it's going to go. Benwood demands that Simon and the others immediately issue a public apology on a live stream, and he'd better be ready to lose his adventurer's license or possibly even face exile from the kingdom altogether. Simon is beginning to grasp just how serious this situation is, so he tries to negotiate, arguing that if Benwood exiles them, there will be no one left to complete the achromatic dungeon investigation. But the guild master shuts him down immediately, assuring him that they'll manage just fine without Thunderpike. Unlike them, Clover has already demonstrated their ability to handle themselves and cooperate effectively in high-risk situations, and for the duration of this mission, they have been provisionally granted a rank status. Simon is left stunned upon discovering that Clover has been granted a rank status. Benwood, having no interest in wasting any more time on him, orders Simon to leave his office and get started on that apology stream. But Simon can't believe this is actually happening to him, and he has no intention of apologizing because in his mind, he did nothing wrong. Instead, he shifts the blame onto Yuka, convinced that everything unfolded because of his stream, and now, all he can think about is getting his revenge. Just then, a voice calls out to Simon from around the corner, offering a plan to not only help him regain his status, but also get revenge on Yuka and Clover. Simon pauses for a moment, intrigued by what this person has to say. The following day, Marina meets up with Yuka after realizing something important about the black cube artifact they discovered. She has figured out what needs to be done, but she requires Yuka's assistance to make it function. She instructs him to hold onto the artifact while focusing his thoughts on her. As he follows her instructions, the black box undergoes a transformation, turning into a black samurai sword. Yuka is stunned, as even he had no idea such a thing was possible, and he asks Marina to explain how it all works. However, she simply replies that it's a secret. A couple days later, the guild master meets up with Clover as they prepare to venture into the achromatic dungeon once more. He reminds them that there's no pressure to achieve anything this time, as the information they gathered during their first expedition was already more than sufficient. Yuka reassures him, promising that they'll be cautious inside, and if anything goes wrong, he won't hesitate to use the scroll of exit to get out immediately. They start their live stream and inform their viewers that today they'll be embarking on their second expedition into the achromatic dungeon. Their objective is to make it to the staircase leading to the third floor while keeping an eye out for anything unusual or strange along the way. The expedition has been progressing smoothly so far, with the group reaching the staircase to the first floor without much difficulty. However, as they ascend to the second floor, they encounter something completely unexpected, a vast, open field. The girls struggle to believe they're still inside a dungeon, especially when they can clearly see the sky above them. Yuka, though, recalls reading about certain dungeon floors that resemble outdoor environments, so he explains that this isn't as unusual as it seems. The only thing that worries him is that outdoor floors typically appear around the 20th floor, not as early as the second floor, which makes this situation highly unusual. Yuka suspects that the dungeon's layout might have changed, and he wants to get a clearer view of their surroundings. Unfortunately, he didn't bring a telescope with him. Thankfully, Rune knows a telescopic vision spell, so Yuka lifts her onto his shoulders, allowing her to scan the area and get a better look. Rune gazes out into the distance, and at first, she doesn't notice anything unusual. However, after a moment, she spots a small house on the far side of the field, since it's the only notable thing they've seen in this vast area. Yuka and the group decide to head toward the house. As they walk, Silk turns to Yuka and asks if it's normal for houses to exist inside a dungeon. Yuka explains that while ruins are commonly found in dungeons, this is the first time he's ever come across a fully intact house, so he's unsure what to expect from it. Adding to his concerns is the presence of a sun in this area, which suggests that daytime will eventually turn into nighttime. His instincts are telling him that they really don't want to be out here once night falls. The group soon reaches the house, and upon getting a closer look, they realize it appears to be newly constructed. This naturally leads to the question who would go through the trouble of building a house inside a dungeon. Just at that moment, an elderly woman steps out of the house, expressing her delight at having visitors. She warmly welcomes them inside, offering tea and pie. Yuka is instantly on edge, convinced that there's no way an elderly woman could survive alone in a dungeon. He may not understand what's going on, but he's certain he wants nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, Marina questions the old lady, asking who she is and why she's in the dungeon. The woman assures them she will explain, but insists they come inside first to rest for a while. Yuka recognizes a trap when he spots one, so he informs her that they won't be going anywhere near that house. Realizing that Yuka isn't going to fall for her deception, the old woman unveils her true form. The sky abruptly darkens, and the house starts to grow larger right in front of their eyes. The old lady has transformed into a stunning young woman, and while she's a bit disappointed that Yuka didn't enter her house, she's also somewhat impressed that he instinctively sensed it was a bad idea. Yuka wasn't entirely certain before, but now he understands exactly what's happening and who he's up against. That woman is Lady Persephone, the goddess who holds power over the reversal of life and death. Persephone is even more intrigued that Yuka is aware of her identity, but if he knows who she is, then he must also realize that he has no chance of defeating her. Because of this, she declares that he will entertain her for all of eternity. Yuka fully understands that they can't win in a fight against her, but he does recall a trick that might just give them a chance to escape this situation alive. He drops to one knee and expresses his wish to meet Persephone again when his time in this world reaches its end. That must have been the secret code, because in an instant, Persephone no longer seems intent on capturing them. However, she reminds Yuka that she won't forget his promise and places a curse on him. Black letters appear across Yuka's face, causing him intense pain, but there's no time to dwell on it. They all need to hurry back to the staircase right away. He enhances their physical abilities, allowing them to run faster, and as they sprint, he informs the others that the woman they encountered was Lady Persephone. This means the place they're in must be the land of death, and under no circumstances can they allow the darkness to overtake them. They manage to reach the staircase just in time, but having spent so long in the land of death has severely drained Yuka's mana, leaving him unable to use any recovery magic. The girls soon notice the mark on Yuka's face and hand him a mirror. He immediately recognizes it as the mark of Persephone. Rain wants to help him remove it, but she isn't powerful enough to do so. Yuka knows he'll have to visit a temple once they return to town, but for now, they decide to take a break, eat, and talk over everything that just occurred. Yuka explains to the others that he's read tales about an adventurer named Ramazurka who once wandered into the gray field. That's how he knew the phrase that convinced Persephone to release them, though he isn't entirely sure how it worked or what consequences might follow. As the others might have already guessed, that was an entirely different realm, a place where the cycle of life and death endlessly repeats, all under the control of Persephone. Yuka has always been curious about whether an abyss gate truly connects different worlds, and it seems he finally has his answer. He suspects that the achromatic dungeon replicates versions of the worlds it links to, but even if that's true, they're still only on the second floor, meaning something like this shouldn't be happening at this stage. Yuka pauses for a moment to think, and it dawns on him that they might not be on the second floor after all. He recalls reading records of the Vanguard conquering a floor just like this one in the past, which means they're actually on the 30th floor. This reveals a troubling truth: the staircases must be transporting them to random floors within the dungeon. If floors are truly being skipped like this, then there's no way to predict what other dangers might await them. Yuka considers it might be wise to use the exit scroll and leave right away. However, Silk urges him to hold off. His mana is still depleted from the encounter with Persephone, and using the scroll now would place too much strain on them. The girls propose they should remain in the safe room a bit longer, at least until everyone has fully recovered. Since that's what they prefer, Yuka agrees. They all settle down to sleep. But when Yuka opens his eyes, he discovers he's been tied up, with Simon standing over him. He wonders why Simon, of all people, is here. But Simon casually responds that he simply followed Yuka and the others. Yuka immediately demands to know what he's after, but Simon tells him to relax unless he's okay with the girls getting hurt. For now, Camilla has only put them to sleep with a spell, so they're still safe. However, Simon reveals that they've obtained a slave collar from someone who holds a deep grudge against Yuka. As long as Rune is wearing it, she will be forced to obey any command he gives, even if that means killing her own friends. Yuka warns Simon that if he goes through with this, he'll be a criminal. But Simon couldn't care less. He's already on the verge of being exiled from the kingdom, making him a scumbag with nothing left to lose. With that in mind, Simon offers a deal. He's willing to release the girls, but only if Yuka does something for him in return. He then pulls out a statement and demands that Yuka sign it as proof that he acknowledges everything written on it as true. The statement claims that all the racist remarks about elves originated from Clover and that Thunderpike was completely innocent. Yuka is in disbelief at what he's reading and insists he would never agree to something like that. However, Simon threatens to use the slave collar to force Rune into doing something extremely inappropriate if Yuka refuses, leaving him with no other option. Simon then starts violently beating Yuka out of sheer anger over everything he's endured since Yuka left the party. But Barry quickly intervenes, warning Simon not to accidentally kill Yuka, as he can't sign the document if he's dead. Simon acknowledges that Barry is right, but he's still determined to make Yuka suffer. He declares that he's going to command Rune to kill Silk and force Yuka to watch the entire ordeal. Desperate, Yuka pleads with him not to go through with it and agrees to sign the document. Simon steps forward, producing a quill and ink for Yuka to use. Meanwhile, Jamie stands in the background, visibly guilt-ridden over what her teammates are doing, but she doesn't escape blame, having allowed things to escalate this far. Yuka is just about to sign the document when, out of nowhere, a massive earthquake shakes the entire area. The tremor soon subsides, and Simon impatiently urges Yuka to hurry up and sign the paper. However, Yuka remains concerned about the sudden quake. This is supposed to be a safe room, meaning if an earthquake can reach here, it's a clear indication that the dungeon is becoming unstable. Simon scoffs, assuming Yuka is just stalling for time, but before he can say anything else, the ground beneath his feet suddenly crumbles, sending Simon, Barry, and Camilla plummeting into the abyss below. The rest of the floor is on the verge of collapsing, so Yuka desperately tries to wake the girls up before they're sent plummeting to their deaths, but they remain completely unconscious. He quickly reaches for the scroll of exit to escape the dungeon immediately, only to realize that Simon must have taken his magic bag while he was asleep, leaving him without any of his artifacts. Before he can think of another plan, the floor gives out entirely, and Yuka, along with the others, is sent tumbling into the abyss. Luckily, midway through the fall, Jamie casts a falling control spell that allows them all to land safely, all except Simon, Camilla, and Barry. Those guys are hurt badly, and they deserve every bit of the pain. Simon yells at Jamie for helping Yuka instead of him. They've got bigger problems to deal with because a ton of orcs have surrounded them, and they have no way out. Jamie runs over to Simon and grabs Yuka's magic bag to return it to him, and once he has his bag back, he pulls out the scroll of sanctuary to cast a barrier, while Jamie undoes the sleep spell Camilla cast on the girls. Once the girls regain consciousness, Rune takes charge of maintaining the barrier, giving Yuka enough time to activate the scroll of exit and ensure they all escape from this place, including Thunderpike as well. Jamie questions whether he's certain about this, pointing out that he has every reason to leave her and the rest of Thunderpike behind to perish. However, despite the sheer cruelty of their actions, Yuka refuses to abandon them to die instead. inside the dungeon. Unfortunately, Yuka failed to anticipate just how reckless Simon could be, as he chooses to take Rune hostage while she's focused on maintaining the barrier. As a consequence, the barrier collapses, leaving the others no choice but to engage the orcs to keep them at bay. Yuka wants to intervene, but he's completely trapped in the scroll activation state, rendering him helpless, meaning Simon might actually end up killing Rune. Fortunately, Jamie rushes in from behind Simon and tackles him to the ground, saving Rune just in time. The scroll is on the verge of activating, so Yuka shouts at Jamie to hurry over to his side so she can teleport out of here with the rest of them. But before Jamie can make a move, Simon strikes her in the face and begins heading toward the teleportation circle. Barry and Camilla beg Simon to carry them to the circle as well, since they're unable to move on their own. However, Simon no longer cares about them and is perfectly fine abandoning them. However, just as he's about to reach Yuka, Jamie blasts him through the knee with a laser, halting his advance. Yuka calls out to her again, urging her to hurry as the scroll is moments away from activating, but there's no chance she'll make it in time. Instead, she simply smiles, accepting her fate as Yuka and the others vanish, teleporting away. Simon starts to panic once he realizes he's completely out of options. With the orcs closing in, he resorts to his last desperate move, pulling out an injection and stabbing himself in the neck. Nonetheless, Jamie is trapped in the dungeon. She's managed to survive for the time being, but her time is running out, so she decides to turn on the stream camera to record one last message. She begins by recalling how Yuka was always so kind to her, even going out of his way to help her get medicine for her brother, but she never repaid him for any of it, as she never fully grasped how costly it all was. It wasn't until after Yuka had left the party that she realized just how much effort he had put into helping them. And now she feels a deep sense of shame for her actions. She knows Yuka will never forgive her, and she honestly believes she doesn't deserve his forgiveness for what she put him through. Jamie hears Simon angrily calling her name and knows she can't let him find her. She sends out a recording exposing Thunderpike's crimes and apologizes to Yuka for her actions. After watching the stream, Yuka feels guilty for leaving Jamie in the dungeon, but Rune reassures him it wasn't his fault, though it seems unlikely Jamie could survive alone. Benwood reveals the guild recently picked up a distress signal from the dungeon. Despite the static, they recognize Jamie's voice, confirming she's still alive. However, guild officials are hesitant to send a rescue team due to the extreme dangers of the achromatic dungeon. Yuka jumps up, determined to volunteer for the rescue mission, refusing to let a friend die below. He asks Benwood to help him find another scroll of exit, insisting he'll pay any price for it. Benwood agrees to assist, but reminds Yuka that the rescue mission hasn't been approved yet. As the guild master leaves, Yuka tells the girls he plans to go alone to avoid putting them in danger. However, the girls refuse to let him, knowing Yuka's tendency to act recklessly on his own. They also feel indebted to Jamie, acknowledging that without her, they might not have survived the dungeon, and Rune would have been trapped in a life of servitude. They're not letting Yuka go without them. Yuka calls Rune over and uses the cursed mark he received to cast a spell, successfully disabling her slave collar. Rune is stunned, as slave collars are notoriously difficult to remove. When she asks what spell he used, Yuka explains it's likely dark magic, though he's not entirely sure how he knows it. He suspects the mark of Persephone is forcing new skills and spells into him, possibly making him a disciple of the immortal ruler. Yuka jokes about keeping it a secret, but the others are visibly concerned. He reassures them, saying Persephone seems to have taken a liking to him for now, so the mark shouldn't be an immediate issue. At that moment, someone begins pounding on their front door, and the voice of Besio can be heard shouting for them to come out. Yuka steps outside to confront him, and Besio arrogantly berates him for taking so long to answer. He then swings a punch at Yuka, but Yuka swiftly counters by kicking him in the groin. Seeing their master struck, Besio's guards reach for their swords, but Nen and Marina quickly knock them out. Yuka then informs Besio that if he was counting on Simon successfully blackmailing them, he's completely wrong, and given the injuries Simon suffered, he probably already perished in the dungeon. Besio panics, but remains confident Simon managed to place the slave collar on Rune. He pulls out his slave control device and orders her to come out. Rune slowly exits the house, leading Besio to believe the collar worked until she smashes him over the head with a steel stick. As she prepares to finish him off, Yuka stops her, reminding her that Besio is an important merchant in this kingdom and killing him would bring legal trouble. Rune agrees to spare him but insists on delivering a fitting punishment. She slaps the slave collar around Besio's neck, takes the slave control device, and warns him that if he ever comes near them again, she'll make sure he dies a painfully slow death. Besio pleads with Rune, claiming he just wants her to like him, but Rune shuts him down, stating she belongs already to Yuka and would never be interested in someone like him. Stunned, Besio struggles to process her words, while Yuka grows increasingly frustrated with his obsession. Yuka steps in and uses dark magic to cast a spell on Besio, ensuring that if he tries to approach Rune, his blood will boil a harsh but effective deterrent. Yuka then hands Besio over to the guards. Meanwhile, the group prepares for the rescue mission, gathering all the necessary weapons and medicine. However, they're stuck waiting for a scroll of exit, a rare item essential for the mission. Even with Benwood's help, there's no guarantee they'll find one in time. Right at that moment, someone begins pounding on their front door, prompting Yuka to go and check who it is. He finds Lucent, the leader of the Arank party Scordia, standing there. Lucent explains that he heard Yuka needed a scroll of exit, and, as it happens, he has one with him, so he's come to deliver it. However, before handing it over, he asks Yuka why he's planning to enter the achromatic dungeon once more. Yuka responds that he's going to rescue a friend who's in danger, and that's enough for Lucent. With that, he gives the scroll to Yuka and wishes him good luck. With that, Yuka and the others make their way to the entrance of the achromatic dungeon, but Benwood and the receptionist intercept them there. They inform Yuka that the board has concluded it's too risky to send a rescue team to save Jami. Despite this, the guildmaster has no plans to prevent them from entering, though he will have no choice but to impose sanctions on them once they return. Yuka accepts this, as Jami's life is at stake, and he's willing to face the consequences. The guildmaster questions Yuka about whether he even knows where to start looking for Jami in the dungeon. Yuka admits he's not entirely sure but feels confident things will work out. He explains that the achromatic dungeon is unique. It transports adventurers to entirely different worlds, and the world you end up in seems to be shaped by your subconscious thoughts. For example, when Benwood and Mammer entered believing it was the most dangerous dungeon, that's exactly what they experienced. Similarly, when Yuka and his party entered with the goal of finding abnormalities, they encountered the most bizarre place imaginable. Following this logic, Yuka believes that if they enter the dungeon with the clear intention of finding Jami, the dungeon should lead them directly to her. The group enters the dungeon and pushes forward, taking down the monsters on the first floor as fast as they can. Once they've cleared the area, they make their way down the staircase, hoping it will take them directly to the floor where Jami is trapped. It seems their plan worked because they arrive at a different floor, meaning Jami must be nearby. However, the eerie atmosphere unsettles everyone. The entire place looks as if it has been completely destroyed. Wanting to get out as soon as possible, Silk urges them to find Jami quickly so they can leave right away. Nen spots a trail of blood leading into an apartment compound, and the group follows it, only to find Jami severely injured and bleeding out by the well. But she's not alone. Simon suddenly appears, shocking Yuka, who can't believe Simon survived the dungeon after his extensive injuries. As Simon approaches, tension spikes. He was already dangerous as a human, but now he's something far worse. The eerie feeling reminds them of their encounter with the shadow stalker, and Yuka pieces it together. Among the artifacts Besio gave Simon, there was one especially perilous. Simon must have used it to transform himself into an undead, clinging to life in a horrifying new form. Simon remains dead set on making Yuka suffer for everything he has endured. Marina rushes in to stop him, and Yuka quickly enhances her with a physical enchantment as she engages him in battle, though Simon still holds the upper hand in raw strength, making it difficult for Marina to overpower him. She is fast enough to land a single clean hit, slashing his arm off before pulling back. Under normal circumstances, losing an arm would mean the end for Simon, but now that he's undead, he effortlessly regenerates it as if nothing had happened. With a smug grin, Simon Simon boasts that he has achieved immortality, making it impossible for them to kill him no matter what they attempt, and he won't stop until he has ended Yuka's life. Simon fires an energy blast at the group, forcing Yuka to use a light shield scroll to protect everyone. Though Yuka never wanted to kill Simon, he realizes the creature before him is no longer human, and knows he has no choice but to take Simon down to save Jami. Simon charges at Yuka, but Yuka dodges and casts a trap spell. Marina and Min move in to attack, while Silk and Rain cast spells to slow Simon, but it's futile. Simon breaks free instantly, shrugging off their efforts. Yuka charges back in, slashing at Simon repeatedly, but Simon just regenerates from every wound, mocking Yuka. Simon declares his immortal body makes him invincible and vows to ensure Yuka and his friends never escape alive. Yuka reflects on his childhood, remembering a time when Simon was still a decent person, and he struggles to believe that the man before him has truly descended into such madness. But there's no changing the past, and what's done is done. Determined to end this once and for all, Yuka grips his sword tightly and prepares to strike. He calls upon the power of Persephone's mark and begins casting his strongest attack spell. Simon doesn't even attempt to evade, convinced that no spell in existence could possibly kill him. As Yuka completes his chant, he unleashes Prismatic Missile at Simon. At first, there's no visible effect, and Simon bursts into laughter, mockingly telling Yuka that nothing he does will ever be enough to defeat him. And while that may be true, Yuka tells him he's going to wish he could die in a second. Simon doesn't understand what Yuka is talking about, but all of a sudden, his head explodes from the inside out. Simon's body tries to regenerate, but it keeps exploding over and over, so Simon screams out in agony. Yuka turns to walk away. Marina asks him if he isn't going to finish Simon off, but Yuka explains that he can't because Simon truly is immortal. The spell he cast was a modified version of Prismatic Missile, designed to remain active until its target dies. Given Simon's immortal body, this means he's now condemned to endure endless suffering for all eternity. Yuka feels deeply remorseful about what he's done, but he believes he had no other option. He then moves over to check on Jami's condition, though it's clear that she's not doing well. Rain has been attempting to cast healing magic on Jami for some time now, but it's proving ineffective. Yuka asks Rain if she has any healing potions left, and she does, but even the potion fails to work. Jami explains that it's an effect of Simon's magic blade, meaning no amount of healing magic can close the wound. She tells Yuka that it's over for her, but Yuka refuses to accept her death. Determined, he decides to use Persephone's mark. Though he's unsure if it will work, he places Jami's hand on the mark and casts Dispel Magic on her. To his relief, the curse from Simon's sword is successfully lifted. Jami feels relieved that Yuka was able to save her, but having lost a significant amount of blood, she soon passes out. Yuka is concerned, but Rain reassures him that she should recover after some rest. With everyone now safe, Nen suggests they leave quickly, as night has just fallen and a swarm of shadow stalkers is closing in. One of the shadow stalkers notices Simon writhing in agony on the ground and decides to make his torment even worse by tearing him apart repeatedly. Yuka still carries the guilt of condemning Simon to eternal suffering, but there's nothing more that can be done for him now. With that, Yuka pulls out the scroll of exit and bids farewell to the man who was once his friend. Upon returning, Yuka and Jami are summoned by Benwood, who, as the guild master, states that he is obligated to punish Clover for their actions. Yuka had already anticipated this, knowing they had entered a dungeon that was meant to remain sealed. However, the only punishment the guild master hands down to Clover is a 1-month suspension. Yuka is surprised that this is all they're getting, but then Benwood turns to Jami. As a former member of Thunderpike, he explains, he is also required to punish her for her involvement in the party's crimes. However, the only penalty she faces is a 1-year suspension. Jami hesitates and asks if he's sure she should be let off so easily after all. Thunderpike was responsible for countless terrible deeds, and she was an accomplice to most of them. She had fully expected to be exiled, but while that may be true, the receptionist points out that Jami earned some leniency by providing evidence of Thunderpike's crimes. Plus, since she never directly participated in any of their illegal actions, there's no reason to punish her any further. As they exit the guild, Jami apologizes to Yuka, feeling guilty that Clover faced punishment for coming to rescue her. Yuka reassures her that she doesn't need to worry about it. Jami insists that she can't simply stop worrying. as she feels she took advantage of Yuka's kindness for far too long. She expresses disgust with herself for passively allowing the party to mistreat Yuka all that time. She then asks him if he believes she can change, but Yuka tells her she's already changed significantly after all. She just apologized to him, and they're now having an honest conversation. Honestly, Yuka sometimes wonders if things would have turned out differently if he had spoken up more about everything he did to assist Thunderpike back then, but there's no point in dwelling on it now. He then asks Jami if she's ready to head home, knowing her brother is waiting for her. Before she leaves, she thanks him again, and with that, the two part ways. Yuka later meets with the guild receptionist to inform her that he wants to invite Nen to join Clover as a permanent member. Mammer is pleased to hear this, but she questions whether Yuka is confident that Nen can hold her own in Clover. In response, Yuka explains that Nen has been performing so well that he actually forgot she was only here temporarily. Seeing his certainty, Mammer says she'll begin processing the paperwork immediately. Yuka points out that they should probably wait until he hears back from Nen, as he still isn't sure whether she'll accept his offer. However, the receptionist assures him that there's no way Nen would turn it down. That said, if he wants to ask her directly, he can because Nen has been secretly listening to their entire conversation. She quickly tries to explain that she was only there to deliver a message to Yuka, but Mammer still reprimands her for eavesdropping and for being caught so easily, since she's already here. Yuka takes the opportunity to ask if she would like to become a permanent member of Clover, to which Nen excitedly agrees. Mammer, pleased for Nen, embraces her and encourages her to do her best alongside Yuka and his companions from now on. As they step out of the guild receptionist's office, Yuka inquires about the message Nen mentioned she needed to deliver to him. Nen passes him a letter from Silk, and upon reading it, Yuka immediately grasps its contents. Curious, Nen asks what it's about, prompting Yuka to suggest that they should likely pay a visit to Jami. Jami is busy handling some organizational tasks in the guild master's private study when Yuka arrives and remarks that he's impressed by how effortlessly she manages it. Apparently, Benwood gave up on keeping the place in order years ago, leaving it in complete disarray, which is precisely why he brought Jami in to sort everything out. On that note, Jami has been wanting to thank Yuka, as she knows he's the one who recommended her for the job. Yuka playfully acts as if he has no idea what she's referring to, but Jami isn't fooled. She knows he had a hand in it. She's truly grateful because, with her 1-year suspension, having another source of income has been a huge help. Anyway, she asks Yuka if there's a specific reason he came to see her, to which Yuka replies that Silk has something she wants to talk to her about. He was hoping Jami could drop by their house once she's finished with work. Jami doesn't mind, but is completely clueless as to why Silk would want to see her, though Yuka refuses to give her any details. Once Jami wraps up her work for the day, they all begin heading back home, but the winter chill makes the walk quite cold. This city doesn't see much snow, but back in Yuka's hometown, heavy snowfall was common. He fondly recalls how he and Simon used to have snowball fights all the time when they were kids. Thinking about Simon puts Yuka in a bit of a depressed mood, so Jami and Nen do their best to lift his spirits a little. Eventually, they reach the Clover house, and Yuka suggests that Nen and Jami should go inside first. Both Nen and Jami sense that Yuka might be planning something, since this kind of behavior is unusual for him, but they're still unsure what it could be, so they decide to head inside. However, the moment they step inside the house, they are greeted by a surprise party that the others had arranged to welcome Nen and Jami to Clover. This was the reason Silk had sent Nen out on an errand earlier, to make sure she wouldn't catch on to the surprise. Nen is overjoyed to officially be part of Clover, but Jami seems unsure about how to react. Yuka realizes he never actually asked her if she wanted to join, and he starts to worry that he may have overstepped by adding her to the team. But that's not what's bothering her. Jami appreciates that Yuka invited her to the party, but she doesn't feel worthy of such kindness after all the trouble she caused them. The other members of Thunderpike committed terrible acts, and for the most part, she simply stood by and let it happen. However, Silk reassures her that she has no reason to feel guilty after all. When it truly mattered, she was the one who saved them from Simon and the others. They owe her their lives, and with her experience as a veteran, they would be more than happy to have her as part of their team. With that said, it's time for them to begin a welcome party. So they all sit at the table for the feast, and Yuka is about to raise a toast in honor of Jami and Nen. But before before he does, Marina has a question to ask. The reason they chose to name their party Clover was because there were originally 4 of them, but now they've grown to 6 members. She mentions that she's not even sure if 6-leaf clovers exist. Yuka admits he doesn't know either, but Jami chimes in, explaining that 6-leaf clovers are indeed real, and in the language of flowers, they represent glory. Marina is impressed by Jami's knowledge about flowers, and since glory feels like a fitting symbol for the party, they all raise a toast to the new clover. Later that night, as Yuka walks Jami back to her house, he finds himself reminiscing about the past. While they stroll, he shares with her that when he first arrived in this town, he somewhat admired her. Jami is taken aback by this revelation, but Yuka explains that back then, she had a distinct city girl aura to someone like him. Coming from the countryside, she seemed incredibly sophisticated. Of course, over time, Yuka has shed much of that youthful innocence, though Jami recalls that he used to be much cuter in those days. Having never been to a city before, he found it difficult to figure out how to use the water pumps or even how to get around the streets. Yuka doesn't enjoy reflecting on how clueless he was back then. Besides, Simon came from the same village as him, so he was just as lost as Yuka was. Bringing up Simon puts Yuka in a sour mood once more, which leads Jami to ask if he ever thinks about the old days. The truth is, Yuka has many fond memories of his time with Thunderpike, but those days are long gone. Thunderpike doesn't even exist anymore, and, in a way, Yuka feels responsible for how everything ended up. Jami tells him it's not his fault that things ended up this way. The rest of them just gradually became blind to all the things Yuka did to support the party. And honestly, even if Yuka had tried to explain everything he did for the party, none of them would have listened to him. Thunderpike was destined to fail from the start. Once again, Jami reassures Yuka that the blame lies entirely with Thunderpike. However, she hopes he'll give her the opportunity to start fresh. Once her suspension is over, she vows to dedicate herself to the team and ensure she never repeats the same mistake again. After dropping Jami off at her house, Yuka heads back home, only to find Rune there alone. Curious, he asks where everyone else went, and she explains that Silk and Marina went to help Nen move her things out of Mammer's house. Yuka finds it a bit odd since they could have just waited until morning, but Nen insisted on getting it done right away. To settle who would stay behind to handle the cleaning, they played rock, paper, scissors, and Rune ended up losing, so she was stuck with the job. Hearing that, Yuka offers to give her a hand, rolling up his sleeves and grabbing a towel to dry the plates while Rune washes them. After a few minutes, Rune playfully remarks that they look like a married couple. The comment catches Yuka so off guard that he almost drops the plate in his hands. Seeing his reaction, Rune pouts, saying he didn't have to act so surprised. She then asks if he doesn't want to wash dishes with her, and without a second thought, Yuka quickly responds that he does. He then grabs Rune's hand, but then he stops because he doesn't know what to do next. So Rune takes matters into her own hands and kisses Yuka, saying this is how she feels about him. But before Yuka could respond to her, the others return home and ask for his help carrying Nen's stuff. So he rushes out of the kitchen. A few weeks later, Clover's suspension finally comes to an end, and Yuka makes his way to the guild to see Mammer. When she spots him, she asks if he's there to choose a quest, but he replies that he just dropped by to say hello today. However, the expression on Mammer's face makes it clear that she has something interesting lined up for him. Leaning in, she begins to share the details. This information hasn't been made public yet, but a newly discovered dungeon has been found along the bank of Lake Rhine, near the trading city of Duna. It's a huge deal since it's been over 10 years since the last new dungeon was uncovered. Mammer suggests that Clover could use this as the perfect opportunity for their comeback stream after all. Exploring an uncharted dungeon is bound to generate a lot of excitement. Yuka is excited by the idea of exploring a newly discovered dungeon, but for Clover to get such an opportunity so soon after their suspension, it almost feels too good to be true. The guild receptionist clarifies that since Yuka and his team did an excellent job investigating the achromatic dungeon, the Royal Academy thought it would be wise to have him take on this new dungeon as well. Plus, since the request is coming directly from the kingdom. The reward will be substantial. Yuka is honored to receive a request like this, but this is too big for him to give an answer on his own, so he says he will respond once he has had a chance to talk to his teammates. A short while later, Yuka arrives home and sees Marina at the table, polishing her gear. She glances at him and instantly senses that he's come across an interesting quest. Yuka confirms her suspicion and asks Marina where the others are so he can discuss it with everyone. Marina informs him that Rain is in the bath, Silk is in her room, but Nen is out shopping at the moment, so it'll be some time before the whole group can gather and talk about it. Yuka decides to wait until dinner time so he can tell everyone. So Marina says she's going to head to the guild for a little bit because Jami said she has something cool to give her, but she says she'll be back in time for dinner. Just then, Rain steps out of the bathroom and greets Yuka, though her hair is still damp. She takes a seat and asks Yuka to dry it for her. Without any hesitation, Yuka agrees and begins drying her hair. As he does, Rain curiously asks if he has found a new quest, noticing that he seems a bit excited than usual. Yuka doesn't quite understand how the girls can read him so easily just by looking at his face, but he admits that he did find a new quest. However, before they dive into that, Rain needs to learn how to dry her hair on her own. Rain insists she's capable of doing it herself, but admits she just wanted Yuka to help her this time. Once Yuka finishes drying her hair, she mentions she's going to take a nap, and Yuka reminds her to stay warm so she doesn't catch a cold. But then Rain playfully suggests that he could join her in bed to help keep her warm if he's so worried. Yuka freezes up at her comment, though Rain was only teasing him to see how he'd react. After Rain heads off, Silk arrives, carrying 2 cups of hot chocolate since the weather is so chilly. They sit down together to enjoy their drinks, and judging by the look on Yuka's face, Silk assumes he must have come across a promising quest for them to take on. Yuka still doesn't understand how everyone keeps figuring it out so easily, but he decides to fill Silk in and hear her thoughts. He explains that a newly discovered dungeon has been discovered and they've been asked to investigate it. Silk agrees that it's a fantastic opportunity for Clover, but she reminds Yuka that the final decision is up to him since he's the leader of the party. That said, judging by how eager he looks, she can already tell he wants to take on the quest. Yuka admits that he's really excited about it, so he decides to head back to the guild to gather more details. In the meantime, he asks Silk to check their supplies to make sure they have everything they need for a dungeon assault. Silk agrees to handle it, but also asks Yuka to speak with Jami while he's at the guild. Yuka has no problem with that, but he points out that even if they accept the quest, they won't be able to bring Jami along since she's still suspended. However, that's not what Silk was referring to. She's actually organizing a party tonight to celebrate the end of Clover's suspension and wants Yuka to let Jami know that she and her brother are welcomed. She also adds that he should pamper her sometimes too, or else she'll start getting jealous if Rain is the only one receiving special treatment. Yuka freezes up once again, but Silk quickly laughs it off, saying she was just kidding, before nudging him to hurry up and head to the guild. Once Yuka arrived at the guild, he tells Mammer that Clover will accept the quest. A little while later, all the members of Clover climb aboard a carriage and begin their journey toward the city of Duna. Marina is thrilled because this marks their first quest since the incident at the Achromatic Dungeon. Silk cautions her, reminding her to approach the quest with seriousness, emphasizing that it isn't a game. However, Marina insists that she is taking it seriously. She just can't hide her excitement about exploring a new dungeon and the 2-week trip to Duna. Silk agrees that seeing new places is indeed exciting, and the rest of the group shares the same enthusiasm. Rain speculates whether Duna holds any intriguing artifacts, and Yuka thinks it's quite probable, given that the neighboring country, Salmutaria, is particularly famous for its expertise in alchemy. Following a long journey, the group finally arrives in Duna, and it proves to be just as amazing as they had envisioned. Yuka mentions that they can explore the city once they've settled into town. Rain notices that there are a significant number of adventurers around, so Yuka clarifies that it's likely because news of the new dungeon has spread, drawing people even from other nations. Rain questions how Yuka knows that, so he gestures toward 3 men wearing cloaks cloaks and explains that they are from Salmutaria. He can identify them because their cloaks feature patterns that symbolize their families, and Salmutaria is a nation where family lineage holds great significance. Marina finds the matching cloaks incredibly stylish and asks Yuka if he could create something similar for their party. Yuka agrees that it's a good idea and suggests that if they're going to make matching cloaks, he might as well add a useful enchantment to them. Soon, they arrive at the Adventurers Guild in Duna, so Yuka mentions that he and Silk will go meet with the guild master while the others can explore the town and see if they can gather any useful information. He and Silk then make their way to the guild master's office, where they encounter Maniela. Yuka and Silk introduce themselves as representatives of Clover, and Maniela expresses her appreciation for their good manners. Yuka already has a general understanding of the quest from Benwood, but there are still a few more details he wants to clarify before they begin their exploration, such as how they should handle mapping the dungeon. Maniela tells him that he can map it out if he wants to, but it's not mandatory, since the guild will eventually send in a team to fully map the area. Next, Silk brings up a question about their policy regarding items found inside the dungeon. Maniela explains that they're allowed to keep whatever they find, but everything must be submitted for identification after leaving the dungeon, just in case any of it turns out to be dangerous. Yuka begins to eye Maniela with suspicion, prompting her to tell him to stop staring at her like that. However, she adds that she understands why he might be wary, as this is their first meeting. Yuka stands up and apologizes for his rude behavior, but Maniela reassures him not to worry about it. She mentions that she looks forward to working with Yuka and his party, and, speaking of which, she wants to know when they plan to enter the dungeon. Silk informs her that they plan to begin in 3 days, giving them time to rest and get properly prepared for the exploration, and Maniela agrees that it's a wise choice. She understands now why Benwood places so much trust in Yuka's party. She then tells Yuka that she and Benwood share a long history, and that she was actually part of the group that first entered the achromatic dungeon. That also means she was close friends with Yuka's uncle, so she assures him there's no need to be so formal. Since they had to travel all the way here, she took the time to arrange some accommodations for the party while they're staying in Duna, and she hands Yuka a map that will guide him to the location. Yuka expresses his thanks for the thoughtful gesture, but Maniela simply says she's glad to be of help. Once the meeting concludes, Silk and Yuka begin making their way to the Adventurers Guild to meet up with the rest of the group, and as they walk, Silk lets out a sigh of relief, admitting she was extremely nervous during their talk with Maniela. They soon reach the Adventurers Guild, but it seems like there's quite a commotion taking place. Apparently, Marina and the others have gotten into a fight with those Salmutarians from earlier, and everyone in the bar is watching intently to see how things unfold. Marina tells the men to leave her alone, but since they don't speak the same language, they misinterpret her words as an insult to their family lineage and are prepared to fight. Just as tensions begin to rise, Yuka intervenes and asks what's happening. Nen explains that the men kept insisting she pour drinks for them, so Yuka steps in to mediate and prevent anyone from getting hurt. He knows some words in their language, so he tells them, "These women are my wives, and I love them every night." After they heard that, the Salmutarians quietly step back, having realized their mistake, and now that the battle has ended, all the onlookers begin to disperse. Silk checks if Marina and the others are alright, and aside from one of the Salmutarians briefly touching Marina's shoulder, she's doing quite well. During the carriage ride to their inn, Yuka explains that Salmutaria is a country where women have no rights and are essentially treated like property. It's not fair, but that's simply the way things are in this place, which is why those men believed they had the authority to boss Marina and the others around. However, if it's true that women are considered property here, Silk doesn't get why they backed off so quickly when Yuka appeared. Yuka explains that in this country, the law is closely connected to their religious beliefs. So when he told them that Marina and the others were his wives, he was essentially claiming ownership over them. According to Salmutarian law, trying to take another man's wife is strictly forbidden, and doing so would lead to punishment and the seizure of all your property. That gets Marina thinking, so she tells Yuka that they really need to get matching gear, because then everyone will know that they belong to Yuka and they won't have to deal with any more entitled Salmutarians. barbarians. Yuka understands what she means, but he doesn't like the idea of owning any of the girls. Eventually, they make it to their inn, where they are greeted by Fina, the inn's owner. She lets them know that she'll be taking care of them during their stay and tells them to feel free to ask if they need anything at all. Yuka introduces himself as Clover's leader, but Fina already recognizes him, since she's a big fan of Clover. Silk thinks this place is incredible because, for some reason, the spirits here feel unusually stable, almost like it's some kind of sanctuary. Fina is happy to hear that and reminds everyone that while they're staying here, they don't have to worry about paying for anything, since the guild will be covering all their expenses. She also mentions that the entire inn has been reserved just for their group during the mission, as she figured Silk would feel uneasy being around strangers. Silk thanks her for the thoughtfulness, especially since she's still feeling a bit uneasy about being in an unfamiliar country. Fina informs the group that they're welcome to rest in any room they prefer, but for now, she'd like to show them the inn's main attraction, the rooftop garden featuring a hot spring. She mentions that it's perfect for relieving exhaustion and is also great for their skin, so they're free to enjoy a soak whenever they feel like it. Nen is thrilled about the hot spring, but Yuka and the others are completely terrified because they have no clue what it is. Nen explains that it's essentially a bath where hot water naturally rises from the ground. This only makes them more frightened, as they're worried the hot water might boil them alive. Nen reassures them that it's completely safe. She's surprised that Yuka has never heard of a hot spring before, and neither have any of the other girls. To ease their fears, Nen suggests they all get in at the same time so it won't feel as intimidating. After their bath, everyone heads to the dining room to eat dinner, and Marina is absolutely loving all the delicious food. Fina walks over and tells her she can go for seconds if she wants, since she noticed how much Marina enjoyed her meals during the dungeon streams. That comment makes Marina super embarrassed, though, because she had no idea the camera had caught her eating back then, but even so, she still wants another fill. The following morning, Yuka gathers everyone in the living room, since they'll be heading into the dungeon tomorrow. He wants to hold this meeting to go over a few key points. They'll be exploring the new dungeon that appeared near the city, and Yuka plans to approach it the same way they handled the achromatic dungeon. They'll live stream the quest while trying to conquer as many floors as possible. However, once they reach the 5th floor, there's a strong possibility the dungeon will be open to the public. For now, their primary goal is to make it to the 5th floor. The only bit of information they have about the dungeon is that the 1st floor seems to be some sort of underground waterway, and judging by its location, they can make a few guesses about the types of monsters they might run into. This quest is also going to be a race between 3 parties to see who can conquer the dungeon first, but Yuka prefers to ignore the competitive aspect entirely. The other 2 parties have more experience than Clover does, so he doesn't want to take any chances by rushing and potentially putting his team in danger. Yuka checks if there are any questions at this point, and Marina raises her hand, inquiring about the kind of pacing they should aim for. Yuka responds by explaining that, for their first day, the primary objective should be to locate the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Once that's accomplished, they can proceed with a thorough and expansive search of the 1st floor. He emphasizes the importance of gathering as much information as possible about the 1st floor, including its size, the types of monsters that inhabit the area, and whether there's an additional staircase present. Also, because there's a waterfall close to the dungeon. Yuka's navigation artifact won't function in this area, so he'll be relying on Nen to guide them instead. So for today, everyone should concentrate on getting their preparations in order and getting some rest so they'll be ready for tomorrow. The following day, the group reaches the dungeon and meets up with Maniela. She informs them that the large cottage nearby serves as command central, and that members of the Royal Academy are stationed there. She also mentions that she'll be observing their expedition from the cottage. Yuka then asks Maniela if it's actually possible to get reception way out here, to which Maniela replies that under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any signal. However, the Royal Academy brought along a magic device that allows it to function. She admits she has absolutely no clue how it works, and frankly, she doesn't care, as long as it keeps doing its job. Marina turns to Maniela and asks if this dungeon has a name, as she's not sure what to refer to it as. Maniela clarifies that it hasn't been given a name yet because there's no available information about what's inside. She adds that, who knows, if Clover manages to explore it thoroughly, they might just end up being the ones to name the dungeon themselves. The 5 of them line up at the entrance to the dungeon, and since it's been a while since their last exploration, they're all feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. With everything prepared and ready to go, Yuka begins the live stream, and they all greet their fans enthusiastically. The viewers, thrilled to see another Clover stream, immediately start speculating about what today's theme might be. Marina shares the exciting news that they're about to explore a brand new dungeon in Duna. It's been more than a decade since the last dungeon appeared, so everyone is thrilled to find out what secrets and treasures await them. Before stepping inside, they all join hands together, ready to embark on this adventure. As the group steps into the dungeon, Silk begins to feel a bit uneasy, and Yuka shares that feeling, though he's also quite thrilled. Rain wonders if they might stumble upon any treasure down here, and with this being an unexplored dungeon, Yuka says he wouldn't be shocked if they came across some rare items inside. Just then, Nen comes back from her scouting and mentions that she discovered something unfamiliar. The whole group then follows her to check it out for themselves. Nen guides them to an opening, and just around a corner, they see a cluster of chains mysteriously floating in the air. She turns to Yuka and asks what he wants to do, and since whatever it is could be dangerous, he proposes they go on the offensive. Yuka casts buffs on the entire team, and once everyone is ready, they all leap out and launch an attack on the chains monster. The chains lash out at the group, but everyone dodges just in time, allowing Yuka to land a series of debuffs on it. With that opening, Marina and Nen move in to attack. The chains are highly resistant to most strikes, but when Marina swings her magic blade, she slices straight through, defeating the monster. Yuka feels relieved they managed to defeat it, though he still has no clue what that thing actually was. He turns to Silk and Rain for answers, but neither can say for certain. If Rain had to guess, she'd say it resembled a magical creature, yet she could detect something impure within it, like an undead being that somehow still held life force. Since they can't figure it out, Yuka decides to collect a sample of the chains, storing it in his bag for the Magic Academy's researchers to examine later. As he does this, Rain notices something strange inside the chains, a ring, lying right beside the shattered core of the chain monster. Yuka picks up the ring and tries to appraise it, but all he can determine is that there's some kind of magic infused into it, so he decides he'll hand it over to the researchers as well. For now, they need to keep moving, so he asks Nen to scout the path ahead. While she's off doing that, he chats with the others about the chain monster. That creature was quite powerful, and if monsters like that are showing up on the first floor, then this dungeon might turn out to be far more difficult than he initially thought. At that moment, Marina speaks up, saying she has something to share. She tells Yuka that she believes the monster they just defeated might have once been a human. Thanks to her samurai abilities, Marina can gather information about whatever she slays, and when she killed that creature, it gave her the distinct impression of being human. Rain considers this and agrees Marina might be onto something, since the monster had a core but lacked a magic gem inside its body. If that's true, then this could very well be an instance of demonic possession. At that moment, Nen returns from her scouting mission with two important discoveries. First, she's found the staircase, except instead of leading downward as they all expected, it ascends upward. This surprises the entire group since they were certain the steps would descend toward the waterfall. Her second report concerns the chain creature's nest, which she located but notes doesn't resemble a typical monster's lair at all. Everyone heads over to take a look, and to their surprise, they discover a room that's neatly organized. It looks far more like it belongs to a scientist than to some kind of monster. Nen goes through all the items and eventually comes across a book tucked away in one of the drawers. Yuka then asks Rain to run a curse scan on the book. Luckily, it turns out to be free of any curses, so Yuka grabs it and begins reading. However, the book is written in a language Yuka can't understand, so he holds it up to the camera, hoping that the researchers back on the surface might be able to make sense of it. Marina then asks Yuka what their next move should be, and he tells her they'll make their way to the staircase and take a break there to go over everything before moving forward. When they reach the staircase, a bright glow shines from above, making them suspect it might lead back to the surface. However, for some reason, the sight of that light triggers a memory in Yuka how he abandoned Simon to endless suffering, and the thought overwhelms him, sending him into a sudden panic attack. Rain picks up on Yuka's distress and asks if he's okay. He insists he's fine, though his condition says otherwise. As he slumps to the floor, Rain quickly bundles her coat around him, gently guiding his head onto her lap so he can recover. grateful. Yuka murmurs his thanks, then drifts into sleep almost instantly. Several hours go by, and when Yuka wakes up, he's feeling much better, so he thanks Rain once again for being so thoughtful. The others, clearly concerned, ask Yuka what's going on, and he explains that the color of the light on the next floor reminded him of the day he fought Simon, something he still struggles with because of the guilt he carries over what happened. He tells them it's nothing serious, but Marina and Silk insist that if it was bothering him this much, he should have opened up to them about it. Yuka apologizes for keeping it to himself, explaining that he felt it was a burden he needed to carry alone. Still, he agrees that from now on, he'll talk to them if anything is troubling him. Putting that aside, the group still needs to decide their next step. Yuka poses the question, should they keep exploring the first floor or investigate the second? Everyone agrees on the second floor, since it's obviously unusual compared to standard dungeons. With the decision made, Yuka confirms they'll proceed upstairs, but first, lunch is in order. As Yuka prepares the meal, Marina grabs a second camera, setting up a quick cooking stream for her followers. Yuka gives his magic soup pot a tap, revealing today's offering, meat stew. Now, the only task left is frying up the chicken. After everything is ready, the group gathers to share the meal. Marina especially enjoys the food. In fact, she enjoys it so much that she completely forgets about the streaming session she had started earlier. Once they finish eating, they all make their way up to the next floor, but when they arrive, they're met with the sight of an entire city. Surprisingly, it doesn't look like ruins at all. Every building appears to be in perfect condition. Yuka quickly tells everyone that they need to leave right away because something about this place feels wrong, and suddenly, he hears a voice telling him he's wise for wanting to go. Soon enough, the man appears in front of them and introduces himself as Loj, someone who was left behind in this shattered world. Yuka asks him why he's inside a dungeon, but to Loj, this is simply his world, so if it's now linked to a dungeon, it must mean the barriers between worlds are starting to break down. In any case, he goes on to explain that this city is called Glad Shiim, also known as the City of Joy, though as they can see, the streets no longer live up to that name. But Yuka has never heard of this city before, so Marina asks Loj if he's the only one still living here. Loj, however, tells her that's not true actually. All the citizens of the city are right here. Yuka and the others are completely confused by what he means, but Loj doesn't seem interested in clarifying. Instead, he begins to vanish, and just before fading away, he calls Yuka by his full name, something that immediately unsettles Yuka. Since he never told the man his name, the mark of Persephone begins reacting violently, signaling to Yuka that danger is imminent. Not wanting to wait around and discover what's coming, he urgently orders everyone to evacuate immediately. Just as they're preparing to leave, Marina suddenly notices an unconscious girl lying motionless on the ground. The following day, Yuka and the group have made their way back to the surface, and now Yuka is going over the footage with one of the researchers. Despite the stream recording everything and capturing it on camera, there's absolutely no sign of Loj in the video. The researcher suggests it could have been a hallucination triggered by the second floor, but to Yuka, the experience felt completely real. The researchers are still examining the ring and chain that Yuka retrieved, but they'll update him as soon as they discover anything. For now, Maniela suggests they go over the current status of the mission. She informs Yuka that Misty, another team that had been exploring this dungeon, withdrew apparently the moment they entered. Half their members began feeling ill, forcing them to abandon the mission entirely. Maniela asks Yuka what his thoughts are on this dungeon, and honestly, Yuka feels it might be connected to an alternate world somehow, since the sensation he experienced inside it was very similar to the one he had in the achromatic dungeon. Maniela agrees with Yuka's assessment and says she'll be depending on his intuition to guide their decisions moving forward. Speaking of the dungeon, Maniela then brings up the girl they found there and asks Yuka for an update. Yuka explains that the girl is still unconscious, so there's no way for him to get any information from her yet. Yuka begins making his way back to the tent to speak with the girls, but as he gets closer, he spots an origami plane. When he reaches the tent, he sees all the girls gathered silently around Rain, who looks particularly distressed. Concerned, he asks her what's troubling her. She tells him she just got a letter from her grandfather, Count Crowder. Nen chimes in, asking if that means Rain comes from nobility. While that's technically correct, Rain clarifies that it doesn't include her. She's the illegitimate daughter of one of the Count's sons. Because of this, she and her mother were cast out of the Count's household. Sadly, Raine's mother later succumbed to a plague. Raine had managed to enroll in the Magic Academy thanks to a relative's connections, hoping to become an adventurer and leave her past behind, but she never imagined she'd receive a letter like this. Yuka asks if it's okay for him to read it, and while technically she's not supposed to let anyone else see it, she doesn't care. The letter states that the second prince of Salmutaria has requested Raine's hand in marriage, and her grandfather expects her to return home immediately for the ceremony. The whole thing is completely outrageous, especially because Count Crowder includes a side note telling Raine that she's always been useless to the family, and this marriage is the only way she can bring meaning to her otherwise worthless life. Raine is crying, overwhelmed and unsure what to do, but Marina suggests she could simply disregard the letter after all. Her grandfather already disowned her, so she owes him nothing. Marina also notes that the letter never actually addresses Raine by name, meaning she could easily act like it never arrived. Yuka agrees with the idea, and together, they decide to act as if they never received any letter before tossing it into the stove to burn. Touched by their unwavering support, Raine begins crying again, prompting Yuka to reassure her. He promises to devise a more solid plan in case Count Crowder ever attempts to pursue her. Yuka requests that Nen contact Mammer to gather intel on Count Crowder and Salmutaria's second prince. He also instructs her to search for any documents connecting Raine to the Crowder bloodline and eliminate them. Nen realizes Mammer won't be pleased about the additional task, but given that it's to protect Raine, she might bend the rules just this once. Meanwhile, Yuka asks the others to begin getting ready for the upcoming dungeon assault, but he wants Raine to accompany him for a moment. The two of them sit down outside, and Yuka tells Raine that he's about to attempt something incredibly risky. He makes it clear that if she's uncomfortable, she's completely free to decline, but he believes it might be a good idea for the two of them to get married. Being Yuka's wife would make it much easier for Raine to turn down her grandfather's demands, and even Salmutaria's second prince wouldn't dare lay claim to another man's wife. Raine takes a moment to think it through, and she genuinely likes the idea of marrying Yuka, so she agrees and hugs him. The following morning, Yuka gathers with Maniela and the leader of the last remaining exploration party. She informs them that the dungeon investigation will proceed as scheduled, so they should prepare to depart shortly. However, before Yuka sets out, Maniela shares some significant news. His marriage paperwork has been finalized, meaning he and Raine are now legally wed. She expresses admiration at his willingness to take such a drastic measure, though Yuka explains he had no choice. He couldn't allow the Count or Salmutarians any opportunity to pressure Raine into an unwanted union. While Maniela accepts his reasoning, she can't help but suspect Yuka might have had personal motives for marrying her beyond just protection. Later, the group assembles at the dungeon's entrance, with plans to thoroughly explore the city located on the second floor and determine just how large it really is. But upon reaching the second floor, they discover a massive monster standing right in the center of town. Yuka thinks they look like chrysalises, and he thinks something is off, so he asks Raine about her opinion, and she mentions that she can sense mana from it, and it reminded her of the chain monster. Nin offers to check it, but as she gets closer to one of the cocoons, its eyes suddenly open, and it puts her under a spell, which stops her from moving. A mouth suddenly appears on the cocoon's body, and it flies toward Nin in an attempt to consume her, but luckily, Yuka steps in and saves her. As Nin is safely away, the cocoons shockingly return to their resting state, and Nin also regains control over her body. She realizes the danger she had placed herself in, as she was unable to defend herself against its hypnotic magic. Yuka wonders if it was some sort of worm, but he knows, regardless of all this, they can't leave these things, so they must fight these creatures from a distance to avoid falling victim to their hypnotic gaze. Marina immediately grabs her crossbow, while Yuka instructs Silk to use arrows as well, while he tells Raine to cast ice magic, because if these cocoons are actually insect-like creatures, the cold might harm them effectively. After boosting everyone with support spells, Yuka charges toward the pillars to draw their attention. The cocoon monsters attempt to hypnotize him using their entrancing eyes, but Yuka blinds them using his magic, preventing them from using their hypnotic abilities. With the monsters temporarily incapacitated, Marina and Silk seize the opportunity and shoot their arrows with precision, taking down most of the creatures. Raine attacks the last one with her ice magic, but surprisingly it has no effect on it, which disappoints her. Seeing that magic isn't working, Marina decides decides to finish it herself and charges in, executing her ultimate move with support from her teammates. They finally manage to defeat the monsters, but unlike the usual magic stones monsters leave, the monsters instead drop strange golden rings. Yuka carefully gathers them all, while examining them with curiosity. After the battle, Yuka notices Marina standing quietly in a corner, so he wonders if she's alright. She wants to tell him something, but then notices the live stream camera, so she simply says she needs some time alone to process everything that happened. Yuka understands her hesitation and suggests they take a break, and he turns off the live stream. In the privacy of the room, as they gather around to drink tea, Marina finally shares what's been bothering her. She tells them that because she is a samurai, so she can sense when she cuts a human, and before when she cut down the Cocoon monster, it felt disturbingly like slicing through a human body. Also, she reveals that the pillar she destroyed along with the monster also felt like it had once been a person. Yuka thinks perhaps her senses were confused by the strange environment, so he tells her to try cutting something ordinary in the room to test her abilities, but she tells him she has already done that, and the results were still inconclusive. She thinks perhaps it's because she isn't a skilled samurai yet. She apologizes for freaking them out, but Yuka tells her it's alright and gently pats her head. Silk adds that she also senses something's wrong with the entire place, as the spirits aren't communicating normally with her. She explains that the atmosphere gives her the same uncomfortable feeling as the gray field where they met Persephone. Rain agrees, mentioning that the mana in the area feels corrupted and unnatural, so they wonder what they should do next. Yuka suggests they should head to the rooftop to get a better view of the city before making any further plans. They are surprised by how big it is, and Yuka proposes they try to enter the castle standing in the middle of town, and after exploring it thoroughly, they'll stop for the day. As they begin moving toward the castle, they notice that despite the big beautiful buildings and infrastructure, there's no sign of actual inhabitants anywhere. Yuka notes that the old man named Loj had said that there were other people there. Since they were unable to find him, Yuka theorizes that Loj might have been just an illusion created by the dungeon. But Rain disagrees since she has the sanity ring Yuka gave her, which protects her from mind-altering powers. They think if Loj was indeed real, but didn't appear on their live stream recording, he must have some power to manipulate what their camera drone captures. Their discussion is interrupted when they suddenly spot Loj standing at the castle gate. They rush over to him and ask about the abandoned city, but he gives them vague answers that the city is completely fine, and its people are so well protected that they'll never need saving again. Yuka directly asks if the monsters they fought earlier were actually humans, but instead of providing a clear answer, Loj begins a philosophical discussion about what truly defines humanity and the nature of existence, which frustrates them. Rain changes the subject and asks about the golden rings they collected from the defeated monsters, so he reveals they're called the One Gold. She asks why he's collecting them, but he once again dodges the question, saying some things are better left unknown. He tells her that deep down, she already knows the reason behind the ring's existence. Before they can question him further, Loj disappears, saying they will meet again. Everyone is left confused by this encounter, but then the castle gates mysteriously open before them. Yuka leads them inside to explore it so they can quickly get their findings. Afterwards, Yuka reports about what he saw inside the castle, and he carefully examines the castle's layout together with Maniela. They discuss how Loj wasn't seen in the live feed, but he couldn't be just an illusion, as the evidence suggests he is somehow connected to the city's mysteries. Maniela praises Yuka for his exceptional work in gathering valuable information. Even the royal scholar present gives him credit, which surprises Yuka because the person speaking is none other than Viscount Bodman, a famous scholar and one of Yuka's favorite dungeon researchers and writers. Bodman shares his preliminary report about the golden rings, confirming what they had feared, that the rings were indeed made from human beings. He notes that if the monsters in the dungeon are linked to humans, they can't allow ordinary adventurers to enter. Maniela thinks if they allow ordinary people to go in, it might lead to extensive damage or even an overflow. Yuka also accepts how dangerous the place is, and he wonders if this is what Marina sensed during their battle. Yuka then tells them how Marina's felt human presence from the pillars, which shocks them both, so he reveals he had sent samples of the ground and buildings, but they learn their report isn't ready yet. Maniela tells the man to hurry up, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Bodman tells Yuka that Rain had made a special request. quest, and his team has begun creating the item she asked for. He then brings up another group, Misty, and Yuka is familiar with how they recently entered the dungeon but didn't get far into their exploration because several of their members suddenly became ill. Bodeman adds that even people who were watching their live streams reported feeling sick too, with symptoms ranging from mild fever to intense, inexplicable rage. Bodeman theorizes that something about the stream itself might be causing these harmful effects, which immediately reminds Yuka of how Loj referred to the dungeon's second floor as the city tainted by twilight. Yuka becomes increasingly convinced that the city's strange light must be behind all these strange and dangerous phenomena. Bodeman tells him that the government will decide what to do with the dungeon, but for now, his group is requested to remain in the city of Duna to continue their exploration efforts. Yuka agrees to this arrangement and exits the tent, only to encounter Nen running toward him in panic. She hurriedly tells him that the girl they rescued from the dungeon has regained consciousness and is showing extremely unusual powers. Yuka rushes back to his group's tent and is stunned as the girl is floating in midair, her body radiating an intense golden light. The girl suddenly calls out Yuka's name and announces that she has been waiting for him. She claims that in her previous life, she was known as the Golden Priestess, but she explains there's no time to fully elaborate on her identity now. With urgency in her voice, she warns Yuka that his entire world is in terrible danger from an impending catastrophe called the culling. Yuka is unable to understand anything, so she explains that just like the city they explored in the dungeon, their world will soon be covered in the golden twilight, ultimately resulting in widespread death. However, she offers hope by revealing that because Yuka and his team previously crossed into another world inside the Infinite Darkness dungeon, they've gained partial resistance to the Twilight's effects. She advises that as long as they don't go too far into the Twilight Zone, they won't be completely overtaken by its corrupting influence. She then emphasizes that they need to find Loj again since he can answer their questions, but they tell her that have already encountered him, but he refused to provide clear answers. The priestess insists they must find a way to make him reveal the truth, as he is the only normal being remaining in their world. Rain asks why she is sharing all this critical information with them, so she tells them that the disaster was actually their fault, referring to her original civilization. She explains that their king grew excessively greedy and they wished for golden eternity, the cursed universal vessel. That is the fruit of the world tree that grants all wishes, but they are unable to understand her. She ignores their questions and tells Yuka that he must stop the Twilight King and destroy the gold, warning him that if he fails, their world will also be consumed by twilight. Just as she finishes delivering this warning, the golden light disappears and she turns normal. Her entire personality changes and she introduces herself as Nibrune. Yuka asks her if she remembers what happened, and she tells him that the entity who just spoke through her wasn't actually her. Sometimes that other presence takes control of her body, but she's gone. He tells her not to worry, but Yuka knows that the situation is far too complex than they initially thought, so he decides to alert the authorities immediately. A week later, Yuka is formally called in to meet the Royal Academy's director, Marquis Badibor, who had received Bodeman's report. The director tells him to be at ease, and Yuka begins the conversation by asking about the culling that the priestess warned them about. The director shows him some ancient murals that were kept hidden in the basement of the royal household. He mentions that his father, the former director, was researching it, and he asks if Yuka can read it. But unfortunately, he is unable to decipher them because the text is written in an ancient language he doesn't understand. The director explains that their world and the parallel world generally don't coexist, but sometimes they try to overlap, and this large-scale event, which determines which world will remain, is called culling. Normally, these collisions happen by random cosmic chance, but this time, they believe it's being caused by the Twilight City. The director emphasizes that they need to act quickly to save their world from imminent destruction. He tells Yuka that according to ancient prophecies illustrated in the murals, whenever a world faces the threat of a culling, a chosen hero emerges to prevent the catastrophe. Since Yuka was the one who uncovered the truth about the Golden City, the director believes he is their prophesied hero. Yuka hesitates to take such a big responsibility, telling the director that saving the world feels far too big for him. The director responds firmly that not just anyone can take on this mission, but if Yuka declines, he will promote another member from the Clover Party to rank A and assign them the task instead. The director director mentions that Yuka reminds him of his uncle Saga in his youth, though he is a bit more serious as compared to his uncle. Yuka expresses surprise that the director knows his uncle, so the director explains their friendship, saying Saga was a man full of confidence and intuition, backed by talent that made him an incredible adventurer. The director tells Yuka he would be grateful if he accepts the mission, promising full support, and he justifies his selection for the role, emphasizing that Yuka was chosen by the priestess from the other world. Yuka asks for some time to think and consult his companions. The director agrees, though he hopes Yuka won't take too long. He adds that if his hunch is right, all of Yuka's doubts will disappear, and he mentions there are some things that only Yuka can do. Later, Yuka shares the details of meeting the director with his Rain, and he confesses that everything feels beyond his capabilities. Rain reassures him, saying he can decline if he feels too overwhelmed, but Yuka explains that if he declines, the responsibility may fall on someone else from their party, which Rain thinks could be Marina. He tells her that he doesn't mind exploring Twilight City again, but being asked to save the world feels quite difficult. Rain tells him he's the only person she could trust with such a task, and she believes he just needs to be the adventurer he's always been. She promises to stand by him no matter what the circumstances, and she clings to him, saying she can only do this when there is a big problem. Otherwise, he gets shy and runs away. A few days later, all the teams participating in the mission meet the director, who addresses the team leaders about the mission. He wants the Scordia, Fullbound, Carmine, and Clover Party to fulfill the conditions and seal the Twilight City. However, he adds that their attempt will be broadcast only to select Academy and Guild members to prevent mass issues from the Twilight's glow. The director asks if they have any questions, and Zachard objects that a C-ranked party like Clover shouldn't be part of such a dangerous mission. The director replies that they successfully explored the Achromatic Darkness, the most difficult known dungeon, making real progress and earning temporary rank status. Zachard mocks them, claiming they only passed through a few floors, which isn't impressive, as they can easily do that, but Lucent interrupts, saying that entering the Achromatic Darkness with such overconfidence may prove to be fatal. Zachard grows angry, taking this as an insult to his abilities. But Carmine's party leader, Morona, orders him to stay quiet, reminding everyone they should work together to face this challenge. Zachard storms off, and Lucent apologizes for the uncomfortable situation. The director tells him that they are counting on him since few return alive from the Achromatic Darkness after Lucent and Carmine leave. The director tells Yuka he was wise to keep the hero matter secret, as things would be messy if Zachard knew. He informs Yuka that Rain's requested equipment is nearly ready, and they wonder if he will pull it off. So he replies that he'll do everything he can. The scene shifts to Yuka and his companions gathering together. They have collected all available intelligence about the mission, but they are still uncertain about entering Varden Castle. Rain suggests she should help them, as she seems to have a connection to the Twilight City. Lucent arrives, wanting to discuss their plans, and after they share their concerns, he tells them that they will also protect Nybrune, because the Golden Priestess is an honored guest. Also, they can withdraw if things become too dangerous. They soon gather at the dungeon entrance, but they are unable to find an entrance. Just then, Loge appears, and Scordia's mage, named Moria, realizes that he wasn't a hallucination. Loge greets Nybrune and asks how she's doing, but she doesn't recognize him. Yuka interrupts, telling Loge that the Golden Priestess instructed him to make sure Loge shares everything he knows. But Loge replies that he only knows a little, but if Lady Nybrune is with them, they will learn the truth soon. The dungeon gates open, and Yuka wonders where he is taking them, so Loge reveals it's to the place where they will find all the answers. Lucent suggests cautiously that they shouldn't all enter at once, as it might be a trap, so he orders some of their fellow adventurers to stop outside the gate, while he asks Miriam to inform the other parties. Loge leads them confidently to the Royal Archive, and as they enter the library, they are stunned by its immense size. Loge notes that they might find the information they were searching for within these walls, though he admits he's not particularly skilled at explaining things clearly. Moria responds that Loge isn't simply poor at communication, but rather, he is actively avoiding saying something directly. Yuka doesn't understand it, and he asks what Moria means by this observation. So Moria explains that as a mage, Yuka should understand that words are born from acknowledgement, and mana has the power to transform spoken words into actual phenomena. Therefore, within Loge lies carries either incredibly powerful mana or a potent curse, one strong enough to prevent him from expressing certain truths directly. Moria then asks Lucent to gather all the books with red covers from the shelves. Moria turns to Nybrune and asks if she can read, which she says yes, so he invites her to embrace the true sense of adventuring and acquiring knowledge. On the other hand, Rain uses her detection magic, focusing all her mana on sensing distortion and hidden secrets. She senses a strange energy from a book with a distinctive brown cover that has a lock on it, and an open drawer. Silk observes that there are unusual spirits present in this place, ones that might be unique to the Twilight City alone, but she finds them difficult to describe accurately. She tries to call the spirit, and a book comes to her, so she realizes the library had this book spirit, a being that resides within objects, carrying their stories and accumulated memories. She offers to gather information from this spiritual source, and Rain discovers a strange key from the drawer, so Yuka realizes it must be for that big book. Yuka asks Loj directly whether he knows what that book is about, and he confirms it. So Yuka asks if it's dangerous, but Loj tells him he can't tell them whether it's dangerous or not. Yuka demands that Loj should tell him it isn't dangerous, and he reluctantly tells them it's safe, which changes something in the book, and they realize its curse has been removed. When they open the book, everyone is amazed by it. Yuka realizes it's a grimoire, and he notices it contains a complex series of overlapping magical formulas, each looking similar, but Rain tells them they aren't all the same. The complexity overwhelms them, as they cannot understand the intricate patterns and meaning of what's written in it. Silk steps forward and offers her assistance, saying she can interpret the contents using the book spirit she just befriended. She tells him to extend his hand, and together with the book spirit's power, she sends him inside the memories of the book, where she introduces him to the book spirit, Biblion. Silk believes the spirits of past scholars summoned him specifically to guard this sacred library and its precious knowledge. Biblion speaks to them directly, warning that this particular book is extremely dangerous, and they must exercise great caution. Yuka asks Biblion to read it for him, but it explains that reading is not the right way to gain knowledge, but it will interpret the contents in its own way. Yuka tells him it's fine, and he asks Biblion to reveal the information, so it takes him deep into the preserved memories of the past, so they can truly understand everything. Yuka suddenly starts sinking inside the book, and the scene shifts back to the library room where Yuka finds himself face to face with a mysterious figure. He asks what the man is doing, so the stranger explains something to him, and he notes he finally understands it. Sometime later, Yuka suddenly awakens from what appears to have been an incredibly vivid dream. His companions ask him if he discovered anything important during his experience, so he tells them that the magical book is actually similar to a technical book. The original author had been conducting extensive research into a revolutionary concept called the multi-destruction magic formula, but they are clueless what that means, so he explains that it's a technique that triggers chain reactions of multiple spells. However, he reveals that it's unlike his own combining of spells to cast them simultaneously, like the prismatic missile. He explains it's like an elaborate domino effect, with each spell initiating, destroying, and rebuilding the next spell in a cycle to make a unified outcome of massive and overwhelming power through magical manipulation. Moria comments that this discovery is truly fascinating, and Yuka wonders if he has decoded his book. So Moria reveals it's a history book providing a detailed explanation of how the Twilight City ended up in its current state. Moria reveals that the city used to serve as the royal capital of a powerful nation that existed in another world. In that ancient world, the gods lived with the humans, and they sometimes fought with them. At other times, they also loved them. These divine beings fundamentally shaped the era in which they lived and influenced the course of history. However, their entire world was eventually destroyed in a catastrophic event known as the Sunset, which corresponds to what their current world refers to as the Selection or Culling. The people of that doomed city, along with their brilliant king Varden, were exceptionally skilled in magical arts and theoretical applications. They developed an ambitious plan to escape their dying world before complete annihilation occurred. Yuka notes that the magic described in detail within this ancient book is essentially wish-granting magic. Yuka adds that he doesn't believe the wizard who originally wrote this technical manual was attempting to grant simple wishes. Instead, the author was searching desperately for a fundamental solution, a way to overcome or survive the culling process. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, he didn't achieve the specific results he had originally intended through his research and experiments. In the end, his desperate wish fulfilled itself unintentionally in ways he never anticipated or desired. But he suddenly feels a strong headache and wishes to return, promising to explain the rest of the information after they reach the base camp. Moria agrees, admitting he let his guard down while surrounded by this incredible forest of accumulated knowledge and wisdom. He suggests they should carefully compare and analyze all the information they've gathered once they leave this place. Morona suddenly appears and asks if they managed to find anything important during their exploration. Lucent answers that they discovered a substantial amount of crucial information, and they're planning to withdraw from the dungeon. Morona mentions that Fullbound has gone deep in the dungeon, and she wonders if she should have stopped them. Yuka responds that they should leave that particular aspect to the other teams, as they have Rune with them, so they need to return to their base camp as soon as possible. Morona tells them that her team will join the guard mission, allowing Yuka's group to travel back more relaxed, without additional pressure. They all leave the mysterious library as a unified group, and as they depart, Yuka reflects that King Varden had used all that accumulated gold to grant just one single wish, and the city they see is the result of that wish. Yuka and others meet the director, telling him that the dungeon is a city from another world called Glad Shiim, and their King Varden wanted to save his people by using a special type of magic to transport it across dimensions. The director mentions how the people of the city have disappeared, and it seems that strange monsters have now taken over. So Yuka responds that those monsters are actually the people of the Golden City, who sacrificed their humanity. He then shows them a ring, and when they ask about the artifact, Bodman explains that it was crafted upon Rain's request. He wonders if it might be a tool to evaluate the ring, and Rain asks them to observe what happens next. She then uses her power to activate the device, which projects an image, and they see the old city of Glad Shiim. The director understands that the rings they found on the monsters can display images, like the magical gems they use for live broadcasting. But Rain disagrees, and Yuka tells him he had thought the same at first. But what's actually recorded on the rings is information about the people themselves, which leaves them shocked. King Varden had tried to transport the entire city, but the magic was incomplete, and it's very difficult for human bodies to cross dimensions. So Moria adds that the king thought it might work if they weren't human anymore. He finds the idea itself to be insane, and he believes the king must have been under the influence of the sunset. He shows them the book, according to which the King Varden possessed an artifact called the One Gold, but they're still investigating what exactly this artifact is, and where he got it from. Yuka tells them how the Golden Priestess told them that a vessel should never be touched by humans, as it's the fruit of the world tree, which grants any wish. The One Gold granted King Varden's wish and created golden rings, which he then gave to the people, and did what was necessary to help them cross dimensions. But due to the incomplete magic and the influence of the sunset, the people transformed into monsters, and their city appeared in their world as a dungeon. The director asks what will happen if they leave it alone, and Yuka replies that the priestess asked him to stop the king and destroy the One Gold. If he fails, the twilight will engulf the entire world. So the director gives him the duty of saving their world as a hero. The scene then shifts to Yuka wandering through the market with Rain, where he tells himself that he can't let their world be consumed by the sunset. Rain tells him that they should return to the inn and rest, as they need to be ready to perform at their best whenever needed. But as they are walking, a carriage stops in front of them, and a man comes out of it, asking Rain to come with him, as she must have received his letter. He introduces himself as her uncle, but Yuka responds that he doesn't know him, and perhaps he has confused her with someone else. The man insists that she belongs to their family, which surprises Yuka, because he had been told that she had no family left in the world. The man then orders his guards to restrain her and take her with them, but Yuka uses his magic and casts a sleep spell, making them fall asleep immediately. The man becomes fearful of Yuka's power and introduces himself as Bran Crowder, a representative of Count Crowder's family. He explains that she is Rini's, daughter of Dimit, the current head of the family, and they have decided to marry her off to the royal Salmutarian family. Yuka shows no interest in this and asks what makes him think that Rain is Rini's. He questions the evidence and points out that a noble marriage with a foreigner requires permission. Yuka suspects that the Crowder family claims Rain as a relative just to kidnap her and sell her to the Salmutarian family. So so they can make some profit. Bran responds that there's no problem with this, as Rain will gain the status of a queen, and she will finally be useful to her family. He asks Rain to come with him, saying that her father wants to see her, but Rain, hiding behind Yuka, uses an energy bolt spell to scare him. She tells him that she isn't Rhaenys, and she has no intention of going anywhere with him. Bran immediately leaves in his carriage, clearly frustrated by the turn of events. Yuka is glad that they had Mammer destroy all the evidence that she is the Count's daughter. She feels tired, and she notes that she will rest in the hot spring, where she invites him to come with her, but he gets awkward, saying he needs to do work, so she teases him that he must have thought about joining her. The scene shifts to Bran, who meets the second prince of Salmutaria, Mastoma, regarding the merchandise they had discussed earlier. Bran asks for more time, which angers the prince, who reminds him that this was the agreed upon time, and that delays are not acceptable in matters of such importance. Bran explains that Rain has become an adventurer, and he explains how she cast a spell on her, which enraged the prince, who wonders why their kingdom has given women such a free hand. Bran points out that he will complete the preparations as quickly as possible, asking him to wait a little longer and promising that everything will work out according to plan. The prince tells him that he intends to use Rain for purposes his other wives cannot fulfill, and since they're at this stage, he feels he should take all the girls in the Clover Party. He knows he can't make them his wives, but there are other uses for them, and he offers 5 times the agreed amount for them. Bran gets motivated by the generous offer, and he decides to do whatever it takes to deliver all the girls. Meanwhile, Yuka speaks to the girls, telling them that they will head to the deepest part of Glad Shiim to destroy the One Gold, and put an end to this nightmare once and for all. He mentions that the One Gold is probably in King Varden's royal chamber, deep within the castle, and the task won't be easy, as they'll have to fight through countless monsters and traps, but he asks for their help in this crucial mission. Silk reassures him not to worry and that they will get it done, no matter what obstacles they face. Marina adds that they can accomplish anything if they work together, and Neen says they won't cause any trouble for him during this mission, while Rain asks him not to be so overprotective of them. Silk tells Neen and Marina to go buy the necessary supplies for their expedition, which they agree to, but they wish to take Rune along with them, so Silk tells them to be just careful. Silk then suggests Rain and Yuka rest until dinner, and they can enjoy the hot spring to relax their minds before the challenging mission ahead. Yuka, however, insists that he needs to make a battle plan, as he would like to discuss it with everyone after dinner. They take him to the hot spring, where they blindfold and tease him, so he reminds them that if they keep teasing him like that, it may touch a nerve. They think he can't do anything, so he reminds them that being an ranked adventurer, he won't go back on his word. However, they both team up and start teasing him even more. After a few days, disaster strikes when Nybrune gets kidnapped by Fullbound, and they take her to the dungeon. Everyone apologizes to Yuka for neglecting their duties and allowing this to happen, but Yuka tells them they will discuss it later. But for now, they must track down Fullbound and rescue Nybrune before it's too late. They plan to head to the deepest part of King Varden's castle, where the One Gold is believed to be located and where Nybrune is most likely being held captive. Yuka asks for everyone's help in this rescue mission, and Lucent reassures him, telling him there's no need to panic and that they can do it if they work together and stay focused. Both the Scordia and Carmine groups accompany the Clover Party to save Nybrune and destroy the One Gold. They start their journey, and they soon come across 10 chrysalises blocking their path. Marina tells them to leave it to her party and go rescue Rune while she handles the monsters. Yuka thanks them, and she tells her party to close their eyes. While facing the monsters, Yuka and his friends head off, while the Carmine group tackles the monsters. They soon come across several knights, and Moria asks what they should do, and Lucent responds that they will hold back until Clover can proceed safely through the area. Yuka then expresses concern about the large number of monsters they're facing, but Moria reassures him that they will find a solution and overcome this obstacle together. Lucent then tells them to move forward and seize the opportunity. Moria uses his powerful blizzard storm to attack the monsters and help Clover proceed through the area, while the witch burns them to ashes with her devastating fire spells. As this epic battle happens, Yuka and his friends enter the castle and begin their search for Rune. Neen checks the footprints on the dusty floor and finds multiple sets with the small ones possibly belonging to Rune. She informs them that the footprints are heading directly toward the royal room where the 1 gold is kept. As they approach the royal room, Yuka senses someone and tells them to be cautious. Loj suddenly appears, and he notes that he hasn't seen them in a long time. Yuka responds that they've learned a lot about the Twilight City after he guided them to the archive, including Loj's identity that he is the son of King Varden, and Rune is his little sister Freya's daughter, and the granddaughter of King Varden, which explains her connection to this entire situation. Loj then tells them that she is the key that he and her father left behind. He mentions that King Varden made a mistake and he was unable to govern a large number of people, and he hopes they will be able to make the best choice, and he disappears, leaving a ring. They proceed to the royal room where Rune is being held, and Silk summons Biblion, asking it to alert her if it senses any danger approaching their group. Yuka tells them that they will rescue Rune and destroy the 1 gold, putting an end to this curse once and for all. They enter the room, and Yuka asks Zakard about Rune, and Marina tells him to look behind where he sees the King Varden on the throne and Rune lying unconscious. He tells them that the dungeon has been cleared and it was their party that did it, so Yuka lost the race. Yuka becomes furious, saying that Zakard is still competing for who finishes first after everything that's happened, and he dragged Rune into this dangerous situation. Zakard responds that he won't let strangers like them order him around or try to bully him, so he takes out his sword to fight them. Silk thinks they shouldn't be fighting each other, but Zakard tells them that he never liked them in the first place, and he thinks Yuka is just a playboy who is surrounded by a bunch of girls. The girls think he is just jealous, but Yuka believes it will fuel his anger. However, Silk thinks Zakard is just pathetic. After hearing that, he finally loses his senses, so he asks the king to give them powers, and as soon as the king raises his spear, the 1 gold starts glowing, which shocks Yuka. Zakard calls out to the king and begs him to grant him and his followers the power of the 1 gold. A huge wave of power suddenly rushes through their bodies, and everyone in Yuka's party is shocked when they realize that Zakard and his men had been wearing the rings the entire time without anyone noticing. After gaining that power, Zakard immediately orders his followers to attack Yuka and his party. However, things do not go the way he expected. Instead of getting overwhelmed, Yuka and the girls are able to fight back evenly against them and slowly begin overpowering them. Marina proves just how strong she is when she simply unsheathes her sword and instantly destroys Zakard's own blade. The moment Zakard sees this happen, he loses his confidence and quickly tries to run away from the battle. But before he can escape, his body suddenly twitches violently. At the same time, the bodies of all his followers begin changing as well. Right in front of everyone's eyes, Zakard and his men start transforming into terrifying monsters. Yuka quickly realizes what is happening. The rings they were wearing are reacting to the power of the sunset, and that power is turning them into monsters. The problem is that these monsters are much stronger than the original full-bound members they fought before. Clover attacks them over and over again, but every wound heals instantly. No matter how much damage they take, they regenerate immediately as if nothing happened. Because of that, the situation quickly starts looking hopeless for Yuka's group. Just when things seem like they are about to fall apart, Lucent and the other adventurers suddenly arrive to help them. Yuka watches the adventurers fight and becomes impressed because, unlike before, these adventurers are actually able to deal real damage to the monsters. While the others continue fighting the monsters, Clover rushes toward the altar to rescue Rune. However, before they can reach her, King Varden suddenly appears and blocks their path. Clover throws everything they have at him and fights with all their strength, but King Varden is simply too powerful. Meanwhile, Yuka continues using his support magic to strengthen his comrades and increase their abilities during the fight. However, constantly using that level of magic is starting to take a serious toll on his body. After a long struggle, Clover finally manages to create a small opening in King Varden's defense and lands a powerful blow on him. The attack gives Rain the chance she has been waiting for. She immediately begins casting an extremely powerful spell, believing that this magic will finally decide the battle once and for all. As Rune chants the spell, Moria watches her in shock. He can feel how powerful the magic is becoming and realizes that Rune has reached a level of magic he never even imagined she could achieve. After some time, Rune finally completes the incantation. The moment she finishes, massive flames erupt around King Varden and completely engulf him. The explosion of fire is incredibly intense, far stronger than anyone expected. The flames quickly become too powerful for Rune to fully control, so Yuka immediately casts Aqua Veil around everyone to protect them from the explosion. After the flames finally die down and the smoke clears away, Yuka quickly checks on everyone to make sure they survived. Thankfully, everyone is safe. Then he turns back toward King Varden and sees that his burned body is slowly crumbling apart into ashes. However, even after his body is destroyed, the ring he wore is still left behind untouched. Rune suddenly collapses from exhaustion after using so much mana, so Yuka quickly uses his magic to restore her mana and help her recover. Now that Rune has finally been rescued, Yuka believes the only thing left to do is destroy the one gold itself. However, before he can move forward, Rune suddenly calls out to him and points toward the ashes nearby. To everyone's shock, the ring left behind is slowly reviving King Varden. Realizing the danger, Yuka immediately uses the power of Lady Persephone to destroy the ring completely. The moment he uses that power, a strange purple mark appears on his face. It is obvious that the power is damaging his body, but when his comrades rush over in concern and ask if he is okay, Yuka insists that he is fine. Soon after, the other adventurers arrive near them. Moria says that now all they need to do is destroy the one gold, and once that happens, everything should finally return to normal. Even so, Yuka cannot shake the feeling that things are not going to be that simple. Moria notices Yuka's expression but simply tells him to deal with it and starts walking away. After all, Yuka is the only red mage there, meaning he is the only person capable of destroying the one gold anyway. Before leaving, the others ask Rune if she plans on coming with them. However, Rune refuses and says she wants to stay behind and help Yuka destroy the one gold. She reminds everyone that she is a golden priestess, meaning she should be able to touch the one gold without being harmed. The same might also apply to Yuka because he is a red mage. Still, nobody actually knows for certain if Yuka can survive touching it, so his party members immediately become worried for him. They gather around him and hug him tightly. Yuka reassures all of them and promises that he will come back home safely. Trusting his words, the others finally leave and allow Yuka and Rune to handle the rest on their own. Yuka and Rune then head toward the altar together. However, along the way, they suddenly run into Loj. At first, they assume he came to stop them, but Loj explains that he has no intention of interfering. Instead, he reveals that he is there to help them begin the ritual needed to destroy the one gold. Not long after that, the ceremony finally begins. Yuka and Rune offer their prayers together and pour all of their wishes into destroying that world completely. Once the ritual is completed, the entire world suddenly begins fading away into nothingness. Everything around them disappears, and the three of them soon find themselves standing in a dark, empty void. Now that the ritual has succeeded, Loj realizes that his purpose has finally come to an end. His body slowly starts fading away little by little. Before disappearing completely, he turns toward Rune one final time and tells her to enjoy her life and leave the forest behind. Just from the look on Rune's face, it is obvious that she is deeply saddened to see him go. After Loj finally disappears, Yuka turns toward Rune and suggests that they head back home together. However, Rune hesitates because she is unsure if it would really be okay for her to go with him since she originally came from another world. Yuka tells her that none of that matters to him. He reminds her that he is still an adventurer, and he still has to complete the request her father and uncle gave him. With everything finally settled, Yuka and Rune hold hands and begin heading home together. As they walk away, they happily talk about how Marina might make pancakes for everyone once they get back home. The scene then shifts to Bran having an encounter with Rune. Bran already knows that Rune has been desperately searching for Yuka since he's been missing for a while, so he decides to give her some information. He tells her about a magical item called the Seeker's Compass, an artifact capable of locating anyone or anything in the world. Although Bran himself does not own it, he explains that Prince Mestoma has the compass, so Rune could try negotiating with him if she truly wants to find Yuka. Bran then tells Rune to get into his carriage so they can leave immediately. However, Rune has hesitates because she clearly does not trust him. Sensing her doubt, Bran coldly tells her that if she refuses, he will simply leave her behind to fend for herself. After thinking about it for a while, Rhaen finally gives in and agrees to go with him. The moment Rhaen steps into the carriage, Bran secretly smiles to himself. From the very beginning, this was all part of his plan. His real goal is to kidnap Rhaen and sell her off for profit. Meanwhile, Yuka and Rune continue wandering through the endless darkness of the nether space. They have been walking for several hours without any idea if they are even making progress. The place feels endless, and neither of them knows where to go. Then suddenly, they notice a bright light shining far away in the distance. Seeing a possible way out, they immediately run toward it. The moment they reach the light, they are suddenly teleported away. However, instead of landing safely, they appear in the middle of the ocean. Rune panics because she does not really know how to swim, so Yuka quickly grabs her hand and helps guide her through the water until they finally make it onto land safely. After reaching shore, the two of them dry off their wet clothes and set up a campfire to keep warm. As they sit there together, they quietly talk about how relieved they are to have escaped from that strange world alive. While looking around the area, Yuka notices a familiar mountain nearby. Recognizing it, he realizes that the city of Duna should not be too far away. Hearing that gives Rune hope that they are finally close to returning home. By the time the sun begins setting, Yuka and Rune finally make it back home. The moment the girls see them approaching, they immediately run over and tightly hug them, saying how worried they have been this whole time. At first, Yuka thinks they are exaggerating, but the girls quickly explain that he and Rune have actually been missing for more than 2 weeks. Both Yuka and Rune are shocked because they had no idea that time moved so differently between the nether space and the real world. After settling down a little, Yuka notices that Rhaen and Neen are nowhere to be seen, so he asks where they are. Silk then explains that Rhaen disappeared 2 days ago. She hands Yuka a letter written in Rhaen's handwriting. In the letter, Rhaen says that she is going to search for Yuka herself and bring him back safely. Silk explains that the letter was delivered by one of Bran's messengers. The messenger also said that if Yuka wants to speak with Rhaen, he must come to Prince Mastoma's mansion located in the center of Duna. Realizing how serious the situation has become, Yuka promises Silk that he will bring Rhaen back safely. Hearing that reassures her. Soon after, Yuka heads out and teams up with Neen to infiltrate Prince Mastoma's mansion. However, when they arrive at the gate, the guards inform them that they have orders to allow Yuka inside alone, while Neen must remain outside. Although Yuka is suspicious about this situation, he still decides to enter the mansion by himself. Inside, Yuka is brought before Prince Mastoma and kneels before him while demanding to know why Rhaen was taken. However, the prince calmly responds that Rhaen was never kidnapped. According to him, she came there willingly. Right after that, Rhaen suddenly appears behind Yuka and immediately runs toward him to hug him tightly, relieved to see that he is alive and safe. Prince Mastoma then explains the situation in detail. After Yuka disappeared, Rhaen strongly believed that he was still alive somewhere. The prince disagreed and made a bet with her. If Yuka turned out to be dead, Rhaen would become hers. In exchange, if Rhaen was correct, she would receive the Seeker's Compass as the prize. Yuka is shocked after hearing that Rhaen risked her own future over such a dangerous bet. However, Rhaen simply smiles and tells him that she trusted he would never die so easily. At that moment, Bran walks into the room, only to freeze in shock after seeing that Yuka is still alive. Prince Mastoma then reveals something even more serious. He explains that Rhaen is officially registered as Yuka's property, while Yuka himself is officially recognized as a hero of the kingdom. Because of this, Bran's actions are considered a major crime. By trying to sell Rhaen illegally, Bran essentially attempted to deceive the royal family by claiming ownership over property belonging to the kingdom itself. Bran desperately tries to defend himself, but Prince Mastoma has no interest in hearing excuses. He immediately orders the guards to torture Bran before throwing him out. Once Bran is taken away, the prince apologizes to Yuka for all the trouble. However, he also explains that he has another matter he wishes to discuss. Prince Mastoma reveals that he plans to conquer a dungeon. Yuka is confused because there are supposedly no dungeons in Salmuteria. The prince then explains that this was merely a lie spread among the public. In truth, there really is a dungeon hidden within Salmuteria. He further explains that if he wants to someday become king, he must prove his strength and leadership. Conquering a dungeon and claiming it as his his own achievement would greatly increase his reputation. Even after hearing this, Rune still wonders why the prince specifically chose their party for the mission instead of another group. The prince simply answers that Yuka's party is currently the most famous and respected party in the entire country. After hearing the request, Yuka and the others agree to take the mission. Once they prepare to leave the mansion, Neen decides to head back first so she can inform the others about what happened. Meanwhile, Yuka and Rune slowly walk home together. When they finally return to the mansion, everyone throws a small celebration party for Yuka's safe return. However, Mainella immediately scolds him for making everyone worry so much during the time he was gone. Bedibor becomes curious about what happened while Yuka and Rune were trapped inside the nether space. Still, he realizes Yuka must be exhausted after everything he went through, so he decides not to push him for answers, and instead tells him to get some rest. Soon, Bedibor and the other guild members prepare to leave. Before going, they tell the girls to make sure Yuka rests properly and recovers his strength. The girls happily promise that they will take care of him. After everyone else leaves, Fina serves the final meal of the night. Once they finish eating, the group heads toward the hot spring to relax and bathe together. Even though Yuka keeps a blindfold on the entire time, he still blushes heavily after realizing he's taking a shower with this Mayhot girls. It has now been 1 week since Yuka returned, so Silk accompanies him as he meets Mainella and Bedibor to give a report about what happened in Glad Shiim. Mainella explains that because of Bran's actions, the matter has already been handled. Bedibor adds that he personally reported Bran to the king. Yuka is surprised that the king even paid attention to Clover Party, but Bedibor explains that Clover is now one of the most famous and skilled adventure parties in the country, so the king took the report seriously. This surprises both Yuka and Silk. Bran has already been arrested and is now waiting for his trial. Manuela mentions that Prince Mastoma played an important role in solving the situation, so she feels they should repay him somehow. Yuka immediately understands that she is talking about the dungeon mission the prince mentioned before. After thinking about it, Yuka agrees that Clover will take the request. Bedibor then asks about Rune and what she decided regarding staying in their world. Yuka explains that Rune has agreed to stay with Clover and officially become part of their group. Bedibor is happy to hear this and tells Yuka that he can visit the academy anytime. Yuka agrees, and they end the meeting with a handshake. After that, Yuka and Silk walk home together. On the way, Silk mentions that she plans to go shopping the next day. Yuka says he wants to join, but Silk reminds him that he already promised to spend the day with Neen. She suggests that Yuka and Neen spend the entire day together instead. Yuka agrees. That night, Yuka goes to Neen's room and tells her that they will spend the whole next day together and then just walks out, and Neen becomes extremely excited after he leaves. The next day, Yuka and Neen start their day at an outdoor bar, drinking and talking about what they should do. Then they decide to go shopping. At the market, Neen happily drags Yuka from stall to stall, excited about everything she sees. Yuka notices that she likes many things but does not buy anything. He guesses she might be worried about the cost, so he tells her not to worry because he will pay for everything. Neen is happy to hear that, so after that, they spend the rest of the day enjoying themselves and bonding. Later, Clover prepares to return to Finny's. Mainella and the others see them off and wish them a safe journey. They get into their carriage and leave. After a few days of travel, they finally return to Finny's. As they enter through the main gate, they are surprised to see a large crowd cheering for them. The warm welcome makes Clover feel proud and appreciated. They go straight to the guild afterward. Yuka meets Benwood in his office and gives his full report. Benwood listens carefully and is clearly impressed with Yuka's performance. He also tells Yuka that his reward will be sent directly to his account because the amount is too large to carry in cash. Just then, Jamie arrives and is surprised to see Yuka back. She rushes over to check on him. Benwood teases her by saying she was very worried when Yuka went missing in Glad Shiim, which embarrasses her. She quickly tells him to stop talking. After that, Yuka suggests they hold a party to celebrate Clover's return, and everyone seems to be in support. After that, Clover goes back to their home. Mr. Monday gives them a summary of how he managed the house while they were away. He also shows Rune to her new room, and she is very happy about it. After he leaves, the girls immediately suggest taking a bath together. This makes Yuka very nervous, so he quickly changes the topic and suggests that everyone should rest for a few days first before planning anything new. The girls agree but point out that Yuka Yuka is usually the one who avoids resting. Later that night, Rain finds Yuka quietly staring at the sunset. They share a calm and honest moment. Rain thanks him for everything he has done for her and tells him how grateful she is. After that, they return inside, and the group spends a fun and peaceful night together. The next day, Benwood suddenly appears at Yuka's house without any warning, bringing a strange hooded man with him. Yuka lets them inside, and after a short moment, it is revealed that the hooded man is actually Vincent, the king of Wellmelia. The moment Yuka realizes he is speaking to a king, he immediately bows deeply. However, Vincent quickly tells him not to worry about formalities. He says he dislikes unnecessary respect and prefers things to be more relaxed, to make it even more informal. He tells Yuka to just call him Bicha. Silk arrives shortly after, and is completely shocked to see the king sitting casually in their dining room. After everyone calms down, Vincent explains the reason for his visit. He says he is here because of the situation that Benwood and Manuela previously reported to him. He brings up Prince Mastoma and his continued interest in conquering a dungeon. This is connected to Salmuteria's royal bloodline and the scepter of true kingship. Vincent then explains that after reviewing the situation carefully, Wellmelia has decided to officially intervene. He also praises Yuka, saying that the report he submitted earlier was extremely accurate and helpful. Both Silk and Yuka thank him for his words. Vincent then places a box on the table and tells Yuka that it is an advance reward for the upcoming mission. Yuka opens it and finds a special charm inside. Vincent explains that this charm is not ordinary. It is proof that Yuka has now been recognized as Wellmelian nobility. He further explains that Yuka has been given the title of Dungeon Count, one of the highest ranks an adventurer can achieve. Yuka is shocked and says it is far too much for him and that he cannot accept something like this. However, Vincent tells him that it is already approved by the royal parliament, so it cannot be refused or returned. Vincent then adds that Wellmelia is planning to send adventurers to Salmuteria because of the recent events in Glad Shiim and the culling incident there. He says the situation is too dangerous to ignore. He also mentions that Salmuteria has been requesting access to Wellmelia's streaming technology. Because of this, Wellmelia has already started planning trials, which will begin in a remote northern area known as Death Valley. However, the area is still under construction, so the full operation will not begin for about 6 months. Even then, Vincent and Benwood are still unsure if Yuka will fully accept everything they are proposing. Because of that, they bring out their final card, a Royal King Order. The moment Yuka reads it, he is completely shocked and immediately stands up. He realizes this is the highest honor and most powerful request an adventurer can ever receive. They ask him if he will agree to the plan. After thinking for a moment, Yuka gives one condition. As advance payment, he requests 6 additional king orders for the girls in his party. Both Vincent and Benwood agree without hesitation. With that, the agreement is officially sealed. A few days later, preparations for departure begin. When Yuka arrives with the girls, they are all amazed when they see a real airship for the first time. Silk looks especially nervous because she has never flown before. Benwood arrives with Mammer and they ask if everyone is ready to leave. Yuka confirms that they are. Mammer then walks up to Yuka and presents him with the advance payment, 6 noble charms. Yuka thanks her and then hands 1 charm to each of the girls. All of them are very happy and grateful to receive them. When Yuka offers one to Jamie, she hesitates and asks if she is really allowed to accept it. Yuka immediately insists that she can, because she is now officially part of Clover. Jamie smiles and says she is happy to hear that. She then mentions that she was previously banned from adventuring due to her past actions. However, Benwood steps in and hands her a royal pardon, clearing her record completely. With everything ready, they all board the airship. After the systems are activated, the airship slowly takes off into the sky. Everyone is amazed by the view from above, enjoying the sight of the world beneath them. After some time, Yuka notices something surprising. Viscount Boseman has been on the ship with them the entire time. Boseman tells Yuka that King Vincent is taking a huge political risk by supporting this entire operation. Yuka agrees with him. He understands that Vincent is essentially backing Prince Mastoma's claim, which means he is also influencing the royal succession. If someone other than Mastoma becomes king, Wellmelia could face serious political consequences. Even so, Yuka knows that the success of this mission depends on his performance. Because of that, he promises that he will do everything he can. Later that night, before the girls go to sleep, Yuka enters their room. room. He explains something important about the charms he gave them earlier. He tells them that the charms are not just decorative items. They are official marks that indicate they are considered his property in a legal and political sense. The girls are confused at first, so Yuka quickly clarifies that it is only temporary. He explains that Salmuteria has a very strict male-dominated society, and this arrangement is meant to protect them from being targeted or mistreated there. He adds that, in practice, this means they are treated as his wives while they are in Salmuteria. Hearing this, the girls become visibly excited about the idea, while Yuka himself remains completely unaware of their reactions and simply apologizes for any inconvenience. There is also a tradition in Salmuteria where one person is chosen as the head wife, since Rune understands the full situation and also has connections with Prince Mastoma. Yuka appoints her as the head wife. Rune accepts the role calmly, and Yuka simply nods and leaves it at that. A few days later, they finally arrive in the kingdom of Salmuteria. However, the moment their airship lands, they are immediately surrounded by a large group of bandits waiting for them. The timing feels far too precise, and Yuka quickly realizes that this is not a random attack. Someone must have planned this ambush in advance. With that realization, Clover draws their weapons and prepares for battle, while Yuka demands to know who is behind sending the bandits to attack them. The scene then shifts to Yuka greeting Prince Mastoma. The prince immediately tells him not to be so formal, saying there is no need for titles like dungeon count between them. At this point, the bandit situation has already been resolved. The group easily defeated the attackers and tied them up for questioning. Yuka asks who might have sent them, and Prince Mastoma answers that it was likely his elder brother, Rafuma. He explains that he has many siblings competing for the throne, but Rafuma is the most hostile toward him. Rafuma has even tried to kill him several times, although he has failed every attempt. The prince then orders the guards to take the captured bandits away and interrogate them properly. After that, Mastoma again tells Yuka that he is being too stiff and formal and should act more casually. His wife, Dejana, then steps in and says that Mastoma actually really wants to be friends with Yuka. Mastoma becomes embarrassed for a moment, but Dejana encourages him, telling him that if he truly wants Yuka as a friend, he should just say it clearly and take the first step himself. Taking her advice, Mastoma directly asks Yuka to be more casual and treat him like a friend. Yuka hesitates because Mastoma is still a prince of higher status, and he feels it would be disrespectful. At that moment, Rune arrives and interrupts the awkward tension by greeting Prince Mastoma properly. They talk briefly, but the conversation quickly returns to the topic of Yuka becoming his friend. Yuka finally opens up and says that he is just a poor boy from the countryside, so if he becomes too casual, he might end up being rude without meaning to. However, this is exactly the kind of relationship Mastoma wants. He tells Yuka to act however he likes. Yuka eventually agrees. 2 days later, they arrive at a place called Rajo, a town that Mastoma personally built for Yuka and his party. As they ride through the area in carriages, they are all surprised by how peaceful, beautiful, and well-designed the town is. Soon after, they arrive at the Adventurer Guild in Rajo. Benwood takes a look around and admits that the building is extremely impressive. After that, Mastoma leads them to a large mansion. Yuka praises how amazing it looks, but he is completely shocked when Mastoma tells him that this mansion will be Clover's new home. Yuka tries to refuse politely, saying it is too much for them to accept, but Mastoma explains that Clover is a famous party now. If he does not provide them with proper housing and luxury, it will affect how people view him as a ruler. Because of that, Yuka and the girls begin living in the mansion. The lifestyle is extremely comfortable and luxurious. Most of the girls quickly settle in and go to sleep early due to how soft the beds are. Only Yuka and Silk remain awake. They talk quietly about how there is still a lot they need to do, so they decide not to rush anything and take things step by step. 2 weeks later, everyone gathers at the Adventurer Guild again. Mastoma gives Yuka a detailed explanation of the route Clover must take to reach the dungeon. He explains that the dungeon is located within what is known as the Royal Mausoleum, a grave said to belong to Mastoma's ancestors. It is a sacred and dangerous area. Yuka listens carefully and confirms the plan. He says Clover will begin the operation immediately. Before they leave, Rune asks if she can come with them. However, Yuka tells her to stay behind for now since they are only going to scout the area first. Rune agrees. Clover then heads into Death Valley to begin their mission. They start start clearing a path toward the dungeon while fighting off scattered monsters along the way. As they continue, they begin to notice something strange. The spirit energy in Death Valley feels unstable and disturbed. They are unsure what is causing it, but it feels like either an overflow or another culling event might be starting. Because of this, they decide to set up camp for the night and monitor the situation. That night, they gather around and discuss their plan for the next day. Their goal is to confirm the exact location of the mausoleum so they can understand what is really happening in the area. Suddenly, they all sense a strange and eerie presence nearby. Everyone immediately becomes alert. Neen goes out to investigate, and when she returns, she reports that there is a large group of monsters gathered in the far east. The group is shocked. They start wondering why so many monsters would gather in Death Valley at once. After thinking for a while, Silk suggests it might be a stampede. Yuka says they cannot confirm that yet, and instead tells everyone to retreat back to Rajo immediately. He casts an agility buff on the entire party, and they quickly begin running back as fast as they can. While moving, Silk notices that the area itself seems to be affected by the dungeon's transformation. Yuka is not fully sure what that means, but he tells everyone to stay alert. At one point, their only route forces them toward a cliff. Rain quickly creates a barrier around them. Just as the monsters close in, the group jumps off the cliff together and lands safely thanks to the barrier. After that, they encounter a few more monsters, but they work together efficiently and defeat them without much trouble. Eventually, they make it all the way back to Rajo. Once they return, Yuka reports everything to Mastoma and the other officials. After hearing the situation, they conclude that this is likely the beginning of a monster stampede. To handle it, they decide to hire adventurers from outside the kingdom to clear Death Valley, since Salmuteria does not have a formal army or knights. However, Benwood explains that hiring outside forces will be extremely expensive. Mastoma then says he will ask his father for financial support instead. Yuka understands that doing so could damage Mastoma's political standing, since it would expose details about the dungeon. But Mastoma does not care about politics. He is more focused on protecting his people. He even bows his head and asks everyone to help him protect the kingdom. Seeing his sincerity, everyone present agrees to cooperate and do their best to support the mission. Viscount Bodeman then starts presenting a strategy he thinks is going to work. He suggests using alchemy to set traps along the routes that monsters usually take. He explains that if they engage the monsters directly in large-scale battles, Clover and the allied forces will quickly run out of manpower and stamina. Because of that, he believes a trap-based strategy is the safest and most efficient option. Everyone listens and agrees that Bodeman's plan is realistic and reasonable. Yuka then speaks up and proposes a different approach. He suggests a fast, direct offensive where their artifacts are used first to reduce the monster numbers, weakening the enemy formation. After that, Clover would move in and finish the remaining monsters while also pushing forward to investigate and reach the royal mausoleum as quickly as possible. As soon as Yuka finishes explaining, he suddenly realizes the risk behind his own idea. He understands that this plan would put Clover directly in danger, since they would be at the front of the battle against large numbers of monsters and unknown threats. However, before Yuka can withdraw his suggestion, Benwood interrupts him. Benwood says that Yuka's plan is actually a very strong and practical strategy. He explains that focusing on eliminating the root cause of the disaster as quickly as possible is the smartest decision they can make in this situation. Yuka immediately tries to take back what he said, worried about the danger to his comrades, but Benwood stops him again. He tells Yuka that he needs to trust his own judgment more and have confidence in his abilities, because he believes Clover is capable of pulling it off. Later, Yuka meets up with the girls to explain what was discussed in the meeting. He tells them about his proposed strategy and the overall plan moving forward. Silk reacts first and says that she was actually thinking the same thing. In her opinion, taking the offensive is currently the only realistic way to deal with the growing threat, since waiting or defending would only make things worse. Rune also joins the conversation and explains something important. She says that after their last expedition, she has been able to sense that the dungeon is slowly changing and recovering its original form. It feels like the dungeon itself is becoming more active again. Hearing this, the group begins to realize that something deeper is happening. They start to suspect that the seal placed on the dungeon might be weakening. Yuka then begins to think more carefully about the situation. He wonders why the seal would start breaking now. now, at this specific timing. After connecting the events in his mind, he comes to a conclusion. He realizes that the incident in Glad Shiim must have had a major impact on the dungeon structure. The influence from that event likely reactivated the royal mausoleum and caused the seal to begin deteriorating. Yuka then asks the girls for their thoughts on the situation. Without hesitation, they all tell him the same thing. No matter what happens, they will follow him and stay by his side through everything. However, Jamie then speaks up and says she will not be joining them for this mission into the royal mausoleum. She explains that she and Benwood will remain behind to manage things at Rajo and protect the base while Clover is away. She also admits that she still feels rusty after being suspended and does not want to hold the team back or interfere with the operation. Yuka accepts her decision without issue, understanding her reasoning. After that, a formal meeting is held with the other dignitaries. Yuka informs everyone that Clover will begin the mission the following day. He explains the full three-phase operation in detail. The first phase involves Fina placing relay artifacts across key locations in Death Valley. These artifacts will allow real-time live streaming of the entire operation, transmitting visual data directly back to Rajo. Bodeman adds that he will personally oversee the technical adjustments required to ensure the signal remains stable and properly reaches Rajo without interruption. The second phase of the plan involves securing a safe route from Rajo into the deeper parts of Death Valley. Yuka explains that with the live stream data, they will be able to track monster movements in real time and determine the safest possible path for advancement. The third and final phase is the main objective. Clover will enter the royal mausoleum directly and stop the monster stampede at its source before it spreads further. Benwood responds that while Clover handles the core mission, the other adventurers will focus on eliminating any monsters that manage to escape the main battlefield. With everything laid out, the plan is set. However, before the meeting ends, Rune suddenly raises her hand and asks if she is allowed to join the mission. Silk immediately objects, pointing out that Death Valley is extremely dangerous and not a safe place for her. However, Rune explains that as the Golden Priestess, she has a unique ability to sense distortions in space and energy. She believes this ability will be extremely useful in detecting anomalies related to the dungeon. After hearing her explanation, everyone considers it carefully and eventually agrees to allow her to join the team. The next day, Clover sets out into Death Valley and begins deploying the live streaming relay artifacts across the region. The operation starts smoothly at first, but as Yuka continues using alchemy to support the process, the strain on his body begins to increase significantly. The constant output of energy starts affecting him, and he begins to stagger. The girls quickly notice his condition and rush to support him, helping him stabilize and recover his balance. Just then, Neen suddenly runs toward them in a hurry and reports an emergency situation. Without hesitation, Yuka immediately casts an agility buff on the entire group. With their speed enhanced, they quickly move toward the area near the royal mausoleum. When they arrive, they witness something alarming. A strange dark sphere is floating in the area, surrounded by an extremely dense and unstable aura. The pressure coming from it is so intense that even Yuka struggles to stand properly and begins to stagger again. The group quickly assesses the situation and agrees that attacking something of this magnitude without preparation would be extremely reckless. They decide it is best to retreat back to Rajo first and report everything to Mastoma and Benwood before taking any action. Shortly after, they return to Rajo. However, when they arrive, they are surprised to see a large crowd gathered throughout the area. Confused, they ask a guard what is happening. The guard explains that Prince Rafuma has arrived in Rajo. However, his arrival has caused a serious conflict, and an argument has already broken out. Rafuma is demanding control of the town along with access to its artifacts. Yuka is shocked to hear this. He immediately enters the building and finds Mastoma and Rafuma in the middle of a heated argument. Yuka steps forward, kneels respectfully before Rafuma, and formally introduces himself. After that, he calmly points out that there are more urgent matters that need attention. He then reports what he saw near the royal mausoleum, a massive dark presence unlike anything they have encountered before. He explains that he believes it is connected to the dungeon. At that moment, Rune suddenly appears and interrupts the conversation. She explains that what Yuka saw is not simply dungeon energy. It is something called Tenebur, the outer sea of this world. She compares it to the void they experienced after destroying the One Gold. Rune warns that if if nothing is done, Salmuteria itself will eventually be swallowed by Tenebur completely. Hearing this, Rafuma becomes extremely angry. He refuses to believe it and accuses Yuka and his group of bringing disaster wherever they go. He claims that all these problems started only after their arrival. In frustration, he storms out and returns to his mansion. However, the situation escalates further when Benwood suddenly arrives and announces that there is now a global emergency. He reports that Tenebur domes have begun appearing in multiple locations across the world. Benwood then explains that something similar happened about 16 years ago. At that time, it led to the opening of an abyss gate. Although they managed to seal it using achromatic darkness, the seal was never truly permanent. He further explains that achromatic darkness is a space that exists between worlds, acting as a pathway connected to all dungeons. Because of this, it serves as a link between different points of the world's dungeon network. Yuka finally understands the situation clearly. He realizes that the seal on the abyss has been broken, and now the essence of Tenebur is spreading into every dungeon across the world. If this continues unchecked, the entire world will eventually be consumed by it. Everyone agrees that the only way to stop this is to close the main source of the anomaly. That source is located in Finis. With that conclusion, they immediately begin planning their next steps and how they will proceed with the mission. Benwood says that he will send a letter to King Vincent to request the Fornea airship. Since Clover plans to return to Finis, they will need proper transport. However, when Yuka hears that it will take about 2 weeks for the airship to arrive, he immediately becomes frustrated. Benwood quickly notices Yuka's condition and realizes it is likely due to sleep deprivation and stress. He calmly tells Yuka that he should rest instead of pushing himself too hard. Yuka tries to argue that this is not the time for rest, but Rune gently holds his hand and tells him that Benwood is right and that he needs sleep. Eventually, Yuka accepts their advice and returns home to rest. However, even while sleeping, his mind is still filled with thoughts about the Tenebur situation. That night, he dreams about the crisis, and when he wakes up, he suddenly comes to a realization. Without hesitation, Yuka rushes out and heads straight to Mastoma's mansion. Mastoma is slightly annoyed that his sleep was interrupted, but he quickly becomes interested when he sees how serious Yuka is. Yuka explains his idea. Since all dungeons are connected, there is a possibility that they can reach the achromatic darkness through the royal mausoleum. Mastoma asks what the chances of success are, and Yuka honestly replies that it is about 50-50. Because of that, Yuka says he plans to go alone. Mastoma immediately says that is far too dangerous. However, Yuka reveals something important. He has received a blessing from an evil god. Mastoma is shocked because he never knew this before. After hearing it, he becomes more confident in Yuka's ability and even grants him permission to use the Seeker's compass for the mission. However, Rain has been listening the entire time. She does not look happy at all about Yuka going alone. When they step outside, she gives him the silent treatment, clearly upset. Yuka quietly walks behind her, then hugs her from behind and apologizes for making such an important decision without telling her first. Rain forgives him, and the two of them share a kiss. At that moment, Persephone's mark suddenly begins to glow, and Rain's body also starts glowing at the same time. After the moment passes, Rain tells Yuka that she felt something strange during the connection. At first, Yuka awkwardly misunderstands what she means, but Rain explains that it was not anything like that. She felt a powerful magical presence, but she cannot clearly describe it. Later, Yuka gathers the rest of the girls and explains the mission he is about to undertake. However, they all immediately refuse to let him go alone. Every one of them insists on going with him. Yuka tries to remind them how dangerous the mission is, but they do not change their minds. They simply tell him they are coming with him no matter what. Yuka eventually realizes there is no point arguing when they are all this determined, so he agrees. He then explains the full plan. They will use the Seeker's compass to locate the achromatic darkness and eventually reach the abyss gate. Silk immediately takes charge of preparations and says she will handle everything needed for departure. Yuka leaves the preparations to her. Shortly after, a guard arrives and informs Yuka that Mastoma is requesting to see him. When Yuka arrives, he learns that Rafuma has gone to the royal mausoleum on his own without any plan or backup. Bodman activates his streaming devices, and everyone watches a live feed of the battlefield. Rafuma's soldiers are being completely overwhelmed and destroyed by monsters. Yuka suggests that they should intervene, but Mastoma says it is already too late, and they would not reach them in time time anyway. The feed then shows Rifuma abandoning his troops and running away alone. However, during his escape, he trips and falls down a slope, accidentally coming into contact with a small fragment of Tenebr. The moment he touches it, his body begins to change, and he transforms into a shadow stalker. Seeing this, everyone realizes the situation is now far worse than expected. Time is running out, and they must act immediately. At that moment, Yuka's long-lost uncle, Saga, casually walks into the room. Yuka immediately confronts him, angry that he disappeared and left everything behind for them to deal with. Saga calmly apologizes, saying that what matters is that he is here now. Benwood asks Saga if he can help with the current crisis. Saga replies that he might be able to, but only with Yuka's cooperation. Later, Yuka sits down and drinks with Saga. Saga asks him how far he has gone with Clover's members, but Yuka denies everything. However, Saga quickly deduces that Yuka has been involved with Rain. When Yuka asks how he figured it out, Saga explains that it is because of his stigmata, a sign of giving up one's humanity. Yuka then reveals his own mark from Lady Persephone and explains that he received it when he entered the achromatic darkness. This mark is what allowed him to survive in Tenebr. Saga then reveals that he sensed the same presence in Rain as well. This makes Yuka realize something important. The mark must have transferred to Rain when they kissed. Later, Yuka explains everything to the group. He tells them that they will need the mark in order to safely enter Tenebr. However, Yuka feels uneasy about it because transferring the mark feels wrong to him. He worries about Rain's feelings, but Rain, although slightly jealous, tells him to go ahead anyway because it is necessary for everyone's survival. The next day, the girls are all given the mark as well and prepare for departure. Before leaving, Saga speaks privately to Yuka. He tells him that he is proud of how far he has come and trusts him to fulfill his role. After saying this, Saga leaves on his own and heads toward the Abyss Gate. With everything ready, Clover stands at the entrance of Tenebr, prepared to face the final challenge and put an end to everything once and for all. However, Yuka becomes worried, fearing that the girls might be turned into shadow stalkers if they stay in Tenebr too long. The girls immediately reassure him and tell him not to worry, reminding him that he already gave them the stigmata. To confirm this, they summon Bilblian and activate his future prediction ability. Bilblian checks the possible outcomes and reports that there is no future where they turn into shadow stalkers. Yuka is relieved after hearing this. With that reassurance, they all join hands and step into Tenebr together. They arrive at the center of the reverse dungeon. Rain immediately takes out the Seeker's compass, and it reacts instantly, pointing them in the direction of the achromatic darkness. With their destination confirmed, the group begins moving forward. After walking for a while, they suddenly feel a strange presence in the area. Everyone immediately becomes alert and prepares for danger. Before they can react properly, they are suddenly transported to a completely different location. They find themselves in a vast valley. The geography is identical to Death Valley, but everything is covered in lush greenery instead of dead land. The group is confused and begins to wonder what this place is. They consider two possibilities. Either this is what Death Valley looked like in the past, or it is what it will look like in the future. To gather information, Neen heads out to scout the area. At the same time, Rain climbs onto Yuka's shoulder and uses her enhanced vision, shared through Jamie, to observe the surrounding landscape from above. However, she does not notice anything unusual or important. After some time, Neen returns with urgent news. She reports that the royal mausoleum is currently surrounded by shadow stalkers. Hearing this, Yuka immediately realizes that they must head there without delay, since the mausoleum appears to be the central structure of the area and likely the core of the situation. The group continues moving forward, but as they approach a certain point, they discover a large group of shadow stalkers blocking their path. They begin thinking of ways to get through. The girls suggest creating a simple diversion, but Yuka is unsure if that would work in this situation. Then Yuka remembers something important. He recalls the previous encounter where shadow stalkers were drawn toward his prismatic missile and ignored everything else around them. From this, he deduces that Persephone's mark may have a similar effect, attracting the shadow stalkers toward him and away from the rest of the group. Based on that idea, Yuka decides to act as bait so the girls can safely proceed into the area ahead. The girls quickly take position and hide nearby while waiting for his signal. Once Silk gives the signal, Yuka activates prismatic amplification combined with Persephone's mark. As expected, the shadow stalkers immediately immediately shift their attention toward him and begin moving away from their original positions. This creates the opening the girls needed. They quickly move forward and slip into the area while the monsters are distracted. As planned, the shadow stalkers continue approaching Yuka. However, just as they reach him, his body suddenly disappears from sight. In his place, only a dummy is left behind. Yuka then reappears near the entrance where Silk is waiting. Silk immediately comes over to him, relieved to see that he is safe. They both then go inside and meet up with the rest of the team. With Neen leading the way, they continue deeper into the dungeon. After a while, they reach a split in the path. Rain uses the Seeker's compass to choose the correct route, but before they go, Yuka warns everyone to stay alert, but the girls just laugh and tell him to chill because worries too much. Not long after that, a group of shadow stalkers attacks them. Rain strikes first, throwing a fireball at the monsters, but they didn't seem to take much damage from that attack. Jane then attacks next with energy blast, and Marina finishes them off with a clean sword strike. Before they can relax, Silk notices even more monsters ahead. Then a powerful shadow stalker steps out of the darkness, and it turns out to be Rafuma. Yuka tries talking to him reasonably, hoping he can still be saved, but nothing works. Realizing there is no choice, he decides to end the fight quickly. He tells Marina to move first, so she rushes at Rafuma and knocks him off balance. Right after that, Silk fires ice arrows that freeze him in place. Neen then throws her dagger straight at his head, and Marina finishes the battle with her special attack. After defeating him, the group finds a staircase leading to the next floor. Yuka wonders what could be waiting ahead. Rune notices something strange and explains that the stairs feel completely different from the rest of the dungeon, almost like another space entirely. Yuka realizes that might explain why monsters never enter stairways or safe zones. That said, he asks Rune to keep watching for anything unusual. Suddenly, everyone feels a strange wave pass over them. In the next instant, they are standing inside the Adventurers Guild bar from their hometown. Yuka quickly warns everyone to stay careful. He explains that they are still inside the dungeon, and this place was created from their memories. As they look around, the inn seems crowded with people, but Rain checks their magic signatures and confirms they are actually shadow stalkers disguised as humans. She also uses the compass again and discovers that the exit to the next floor is the main door on the ground level. The only problem is that they may have to fight every shadow stalker in the building to reach it. Then Rain notices something strange at one of the tables. A fake version of Yuka is sitting there with his old party, laughing and enjoying himself with them. The real Yuka is shocked. Deep down, this was always the future he wanted for them. Seeing it hurts him, and Jane quietly comforts him. Still feeling guilty about the past, wanting to leave quickly, Yuka points out that if this place truly copied the guild, then the shadow stalkers should follow the same rules as the real one. Silk agrees. Fighting was forbidden inside the guild, so maybe the monsters cannot attack them here either. Yuka tells everyone to split up and avoid drawing attention to themselves. He warns them not to run or panic. The group heads downstairs, and thankfully nobody notices them. One by one, the girls leave through the main entrance while Yuka stays behind. Just as he reaches the door, he hears the fake version of himself suddenly announce that he is leaving Thunderpike. The real Yuka freezes in shock, but then the fake Yuka laughs and says it was only a prank. The others laugh with him and tell him their party would never succeed without his support. Hearing those words hurts Yuka deeply because this fake version of himself is living the life he always wished for. Still, he forces himself to move on. At that moment, Simon suddenly calls out to him. Yuka stops walking and tells Silk to keep going while he handles things. Without turning around, he asks Simon what he wants. Simon asks where he got his robe, saying it is a special artifact made for red mages. He mentions that their own red mage could really use one like it. Yuka quietly tells him that he found it on the 10th floor of the Audius Royal Dungeon. Simon thanks him, then introduces himself as a new adventurer. He says his dream is to become an A-rank adventurer someday, so he and his friend Yuka can challenge the Infinite Darkness dungeon together. Hearing that makes the real Yuka emotional. He quietly wishes Simon good luck before walking out of the guild with tears running down his cheek. Yuka stepped out of the inn and found the girls waiting for him outside. They immediately asked how his meeting with the Thunderpike members of this world had gone. Yuka told them they were surprisingly decent people. Janie says maybe this world was simply a version where everything had turned out right instead of falling apart. Yuka smiled a little but shook his head. He said he was done thinking about the past past because he already had the best teammates he could ask for. Together, they would conquer the Abyss Gate. Rune used Seeker's compass to search for the dungeon entrance and quickly discovered that it was hidden beneath the guild building, just like in their original world. The group headed there carefully while Yuka warned everyone to stay alert. In this strange world, anyone could secretly be a shadow stalker. The guild building looked completely empty when they entered, but after a few moments, the receptionist Mammer appeared before them. The entire group immediately became tense because they assumed she must be a shadow stalker. Mammer told them they could not enter the dungeon because they lacked permission. Yuka instantly reached for his sword and demanded that she let them pass. To everyone's surprise, Mammer burst out laughing. She admitted she had only been teasing him and told them they were free to continue. Rune and Rune quickly realized this was the real Mammer and not another shadow stalker pretending to be her. Yuka apologized for threatening her, and Mammer explained that she had already found and destroyed her duplicate earlier. Yuka asked if Saga and Benwood had arrived safely in the city. Mammer confirmed that they had and said they were already waiting deeper inside the dungeon. Without wasting more time, she guided the group toward the gate leading into the achromatic darkness. The moment they arrived, they found Benwood and Manuela locked in battle against a massive group of shadow stalkers. Both veterans looked irritated and complained that Saga had once again left all the fighting to them. Yuka and the others immediately joined the battle while asking where Saga had gone. Benwood explained that Saga had already moved ahead to prepare for what was waiting deeper inside. Their job was to hold the enemy back long enough for Yuka's party to catch up. The fight quickly became chaotic. Shadow stalkers poured into the area from every direction, making it almost impossible to create an opening. Mammer rushed straight through the enemy line and took down multiple enemies with incredible speed while the others fought to stop the monsters from surrounding them. Even with everyone fighting at full strength, the number of enemies never seemed to decrease. Benwood finally shouted at Yuka to stop wasting time and move forward with his party before it became too late. Yuka hesitated because leaving them behind felt wrong, but the older warriors only laughed at his concern. They reminded him that they had survived countless battles long before he became an adventurer. At that moment, another powerful figure suddenly appeared inside the dungeon. Moria, the legendary wizard from Scordia's party, teleported directly onto the battlefield. Yuka stared at him in shock, but Moria calmly explained that Saga had called him here for support. He also revealed that long ago, before Yuka became an adventurer, he himself had once carried the title of hero. The revelation stunned everyone, but there was no time to react. Moria immediately unleashed an enormous spell that tore through several shadow stalkers at once. The older fighters used the opening to push the enemies back, while Yuka led his team through the gate and deeper into the dungeon. The lower floors felt strangely familiar. The second floor resembled the grassy fields where they had once met Persephone, including the small cottage nearby. However, the atmosphere felt wrong. Rune and Silk both noticed that the floor carried an unsettling presence much stronger than before. Rune explained that the dungeon seemed unstable, almost as if different worlds were overlapping inside it. Soon they reached another door that looked exactly like the entrance to the mining town dungeon they had cleared long ago. The group slowly realized that the infinite achromatic darkness was recreating places and enemies from their memories. When they entered the room, a giant steel crab immediately attacked them. Marina charged forward first to keep the monster busy, while Rune and Jamie prepared magic attacks from behind. Yuka weakened the crab with support spells, while Silk fired arrows at its exposed joints. Rune blasted away its steel armor with lightning magic, allowing Jamie's sandstorm spell to strike directly against its body. Neen rushed in during the confusion, stabbed one of the crab's eyes, and triggered an explosive ninja technique from inside its body. Finally, Marina landed the finishing blow and crushed the monster completely. After confirming everyone was unharmed, the group continued deeper into the dungeon. The atmosphere became heavier with every floor they crossed, making it obvious they were getting closer to the abyss gate hidden at the bottom. Rune warned everyone that another world seemed to be colliding with the dungeon itself. Suddenly, the sky above them turned black. Darkness swallowed the entire area before anyone could react. Rune instinctively grabbed Yuka's hand, but moments later both of them vanished completely. The others panicked when the darkness faded and neither of them could be found. Even Rune could not sense where they had gone. Meanwhile, Yuka found himself standing inside his childhood village. He looked down and realized he had become a child again. Before he could understand what was happening, happening, his mother appeared and called out to him. Then the sky darkened exactly like it had on the day his world fell apart. Yuka immediately understood what was about to happen. He grabbed his mother's hand and tried desperately to run away from the spreading darkness, but the black barrier reached them too quickly and transformed his mother into a shadow stalker right in front of him. Yuka collapsed in horror as she grabbed him and began turning him into one as well. Just before the transformation finished, Rune suddenly appeared and pulled him away while begging him not to give up. The illusion shattered instantly. Yuka returned to normal and found himself back inside the dungeon. Rune held onto him tightly while he struggled to calm down from the panic. She explained that the dungeon had tried to break him emotionally and turn him into a shadow stalker through his own memories. Because she grabbed his hand before they disappeared, she had been pulled into the illusion with him and managed to save him. The two eventually found the rest of the group again. Everyone was relieved to see them alive. Though Marina nearly crushed Yuka while tackling him out of frustration and worry, they also found out that Saga was waiting for them near the Abyss Gate. Yuka admitted that the dungeon had nearly consumed him, and Saga realized the dungeon considered him dangerous enough to target directly. When Saga asked whether Yuka had remembered anything important during the illusion, Yuka quietly admitted that he had, though the memory was painful. Behind the Abyss Gate, the shadow of a dragon suddenly emerged from the darkness and passed directly through Yuka before vanishing again. Rune noticed that the creature carried the same energy Yuka had while he was transforming earlier, but Yuka refused to explain further. After a short rest, the group prepared themselves for the final stage of the journey. Yuka activated the livestream so people outside the dungeon could witness what happened next. The girls admitted that everything felt strangely unreal, especially because reaching the deepest level had been far easier than expected. Still, the heavy atmosphere surrounding the Abyss Gate made it clear that the real challenge was only beginning. Without turning back, Yuka and the others stepped forward and led the group toward the darkness. Determined to put it all to an end, they walk toward the gate, and Saga explains that what they are seeing is not the Abyss Gate itself, but the seal he and his party created to contain it. He reveals the truth that the so-called Abyss Gate is not a simple portal to another world. It is actually something far more dangerous, a disaster known as the culling, a force that exists only to erase worlds. Saga explains that this threat has existed for a very long time. It may have been dormant even before his party reached the deepest level of the achromatic darkness. When it first awakened, dungeons across the world went out of control, causing constant monster stampedes. Entire regions were destroyed. His hometown was the first to be swallowed by reverse dungeons and disappeared completely. Yuka listens in silence, remembering that it was Saga who saved him during that catastrophe. That moment is the reason he survived and eventually became an adventurer. Saga then admits something important. He says Yuka's entire journey was not an accident. He deliberately guided him onto the path of an adventurer. Yuka is the only person who can stop the culling because he has touched the other side of existence and returned alive. Saga asks him to save the world, even if he resents him for controlling his fate. Then Saga breaks the seal. Behind it appears a massive chained monster. Saga reveals this is the true form of the Abyss Gate itself. The culling, it is not a gate, but a living disaster from another world trying to invade and erase theirs. The creature begins breaking its chains, and everyone prepares for battle. Jamie strengthens the group with buffs, and Yuka restores their mana. They take formation, but the monster does not attack directly. Instead, its body bleeds, and the blood turns into smaller monsters that spread across the field. Saga explains these creatures are like parasites that consume worlds from the inside. Yuka gives orders for a full fight. Rune and Jamie begin large-scale magic attacks. Silk provides ranged support, while Neen and Marina engage in close combat. Neen's attack initially fails against a monster's hardened body, and she is knocked back, but Yuka restrains it and helps her find its weak point, allowing her to destroy it. Marina cuts through several enemies efficiently, holding the line. For a moment, they gain some ground for advantage. Then Silk intercepts a hidden attack meant for Yuka. She is struck by dark energy that begins corrupting her existence itself. Rune rushes to heal her, explaining the damage is conceptual rather than physical, but still stabilizes her condition. Yuka turns back toward the boss monster, which is preparing a massive blast of dark energy. Before it lands, Rune blocks it using wish power, telling Yuka to focus on the enemy. She continues defending, but the strain overwhelms her and she collapses. At the same time, Yuka continues charging prismatic missile, amplified by the Persephone's mark. Saga steps in to block incoming attacks, protecting Yuka while he finishes the spell, but the pressure severely damages him. Eventually, the boss breaks through Saga's defenses, and Yuka releases prismatic missile. The attack strikes the boss monster directly. Its body melts, breaking apart and dissolving. Even the smaller monsters created from it instantly disintegrate as the curse spreads through everything. The creature vanishes completely, leaving behind a mysterious door. Yuka realizes this is the true Abyss Gate, but Saga is now fatally injured. Yuka holds him as he weakens. Saga tells him not to mourn and to continue forward as the hero who gives hope to others. He dies shortly after, turning into dust in Yuka's arms. The group mourns briefly, then approaches the gate. They see glimpses of other worlds beyond it. Yuka confirms that reverse dungeons around the world should now be gone. However, the Abyss Gate still must be closed permanently. He explains it can only be sealed from the other side. Everyone objects immediately. Yuka insists on using the scroll of exit to send them back, saying this is the only way and that he promised Saga he would finish it. The girls refuse to leave him. They argue, suggesting they all go together and find another solution, but Yuka refuses, saying they might die or transform if they enter blindly. Tension rises until Rain hugs Yuka and says she will go with him. One by one, the others agree and cling to him. Yuka breaks down, unable to accept their decision, and activates the scroll of exit to send them away. Before it activates, Rune uses her wish ability. In an instant, everyone except Rune vanishes and reappears in the city square, where the battle is being broadcast live. Yuka realizes Rune forced their return using her wish. On the broadcast, Rune appears and says she used her final wish to ensure everyone else was safe. Yuka panics and tells her not to go into the gate alone, but Rune says it is her choice. She wishes for their happiness and steps into the Abyss Gate, and the door closes behind her. Yuka and the others are devastated. Rain tells them to stop crying, saying Rune chose this willingly and was happy in the end. She says they should live on to honor her wish. Time passes since then, so Yuka and Clover are officially recognized as heroes. Silk is promoted alongside Yuka to Dungeon Count. Mastoma thanks them for saving the kingdom after his rival is eliminated. However, political issues arise because Silk is revealed to be a princess of the Dark Elf Kingdom, making her promotion complicated. To resolve this, Clover is sent to the Elf Kingdom. Yuka is nervous about meeting elves, but decides to treat it as their next adventure with his party. So with that said, Yuka and his party hop on a boat and begin their journey. But then along the way, Rain calls Yuka over to show him the Seeker's compass, which she thinks is pointing in Rune's direction. This makes them think she must have been reborn in some other world. But even with that, they decide not to get sad because they now Rune would have wanted them to be happy. This fills them up with emotion, so they seal the moment with a kiss. But the other girls see that and start to get jealous. Yuka gets a little embarrassed and changes the subject, telling them all to focus on their next destination, Vilmelin, Silk's hometown. This was the end. Watch the next video on screen and subscribe to not miss more recaps.